I don't want my dog. Morning.
Oh, good morning, good morning. I got my hands. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. Good morning.
Hey, how's it sound now? Way better? Can you hear more clearly? Okay. Just when I start in about 15 minutes, we know how it goes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, bye.
Donna. Donna. Is the empty table? Yeah, there might be up front that way. Oh, good morning. There's three of them. Yeah, this one. Francis. This one. I respect you.
Drummers, ask you to make your way up to the front here. We're going to begin with the Red Tree light song that we're not doing now. Drummers, get ready. Oh, I gotta see. We're going to ask the leadership if your neck dress is ready, and we're going to ask you to prepare out in the lobby over here, and we'll be set to go in just a few minutes. The only thing missing over here is the drumsticks. We don't have the drumsticks. So if the drummers brush your drumsticks, we need your assistance here. Brandon Tree will be coming in through the south door at the back end of the hallway, and come in through here and come right up onto the stage. All the members of Haven Council, all the administration people with the BlackFoot Confederacy, programs directors, elders, those of you who can, we'd like to have you in the grand retreat here this morning. So, elders, leadership, your administrators, Jack, your staff, get here in the grand retreat.
Yeah, just close like thank you. How's it looking? Oh, is it? Okay, wait for the main conference. Okay, sounds good.
Everything, all the technical issues.
No, it's your hardware. It's failing.
Oh,
Try to second order both of them fail.
so it's just this one working.
They're both working. It's just that splitters. No, they're splitters. That's why I set up yesterday, made sure everything was good.
But we'll be okay.
Broadcast is good, yeah.
Where's the broadcast?
Right here.
YouTube.
He Jared just broadcast the link. So
Put it on Nixon.
that's what he just did. So yeah, this is the link right here.
Oh, great.
But yeah, I called him. He just put it on, so
Okay.
we can go live. That's at 9, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I'll send an email out to all you so I get invitation to send it out right away.
Oh, no, just yeah.
Can you email it?
What's your number?
My number?
You have
You
my number.
have my number.
Do I?
Lenora? It's
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Message. Right now.
Yeah. Need to get.
Should have went.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I should send it there. I was just going to tell you what to do.
But it is nice stream on 6.
Yeah,
Right?
good, okay. But I'll let you know to contact everybody to let them know that this link is available and also to email it to them. Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we're just waiting for another microphone. These little things are kind of, I think they're killed. But anyway, I think we're ready to go. Ito po gusto kita po grand entry, those of you who can stand as we honor our leadership, all the administrators, all the elders, people that have been responsible for putting this annual BlackFoot Confederacy on for us. Drummers, anytime you're ready for an entry song. Marco.
Okay.
Everybody take your seats except the flag bearers.
These two. Yeah, true.
So this is everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, just go closer. Okay, yeah. So you could get all the chips.
Ito pa rin ito pa sumot Ojo ni sa koy buka agar istama katsumot kani kanya matapi ko ay okay ito kana sumatsum wa mitso shika at shikan chikabi pikan o shito wa kan o kanwa ni ta kati kana dessa portani pati beta fish kate soka tapas okay escuta kana kota fish ang mais to ako chi tokskai tenia yata okay mais tas sistema kami ama kai sa to mas Nesta porque animara kali ani kanji to pa so ika kima kaka sa so I can say so spa chi anya anak matoma tapi kanya no kumane chi touch to chi dan sapu itu dia and so we're gonna freeze this. That's what's happening. I get stuff. So I'm going to clean. Yeah, go back. Oh, Kitty. Then you that and stone becoming secretary for the so I'm going to go watch some no, not financial card. Okay, Kenyan na kwachito akjapa. Kuko sinon chikin mani kuko. Ogla ko kakpa pai. Aksha akjapa. Anne o kikrich chikina ko kuwa. Itu cimata. Itu cuma kan dikicik. Anne ni kan acemu. Oh kana tu acemu. Ayo, napi. Oh, kita istri kita pernah mendapat tu pernikahan kita. Doktor. Ayo, cepat. Oh, kita istri lagi cukup tu. No kecil. Awak doktor. Ayo kita kita awak tu pagi koi kita wana koi ayo kita kaya cuma ketemu anu ya kini cisto sokuk itu kaki sekikai tapi tenok tua iskumo kina no kaki cisto isjano pato takan ni kaki no kape Kana suka yan chimstatu. Ako kita sa pistachi. Anikaki. Lokitio aki nisto na nisto kaita. Ikinisino ko awato. Anya dan sta o como nisto kaita. Iskumbo sa mo kroki itukinina. Iskumbo.
O kimokotoska. Ahpukapu. Achika kimato mamaksikaista pääsokaavis. Anya neikstokit konan nimmaja taapuuteksi. Annika kiipastakattia. Hakokai sopistetsi. Anya näin sitä polkamanstiman muuksit sinne. Oukis kumuuset koukitinakin. Tämä on iskua. Vaistoina, aius kumuutsa. Anniksi ajakaa puutsin aina okimu. Kanääsuka jannikaa kiistää kutista piitsi. Annekaan sitä polkamanikkoa kiisti päätöpi. Oukis kumuutsan. Aksa ahkia paapitsis. Aksa opienit skimman. Akkaksesti no kunnollista. Okenaan siitä muutokkinaan. Tänne akan siitä tässä sapumakkakinaan sokon. Iskummukinaan päätäpio. Annika kiitää kokkaukamanistu. Kimma piipits. Annika meilponitsu. Akaikaa kimatu. Taksua puutsi pinnaan annika kiitsimata puhuttaa. Tänne akan sitä puhuttaa. Ako na ito man sika man sisto ispomo sa o kaya kita kapay ko ni kaya kipo kay nakatakpukat sumat ida ko na tapsyo ukas nako nakataon ipatsa siya da kina ito ukas man kanoktas ispomo sa kipo anda ko nakakawata sto kay Ipäätäviisi on iso. Iskumu chantuksessa. Annen istikäissä polkuksi. Polkunit kanaskumu anna kuultaviisi. Kanäisuka jänjähtuu taatsio. Kanäisuka jänjähänistä sabistutsi pannikaki. Iikui käkkän sohtaista tuutsimassa. Annekaan istikäissä sokamanista kiisti päät. Kimmaatu. Kimmaatuukin siskoa. Ikania. Vatksikikan. Sikkaan. Oukikina siskoa. Kimmaatu. Saa kemmikin ottaakaan. Anneekin on kanista polkamanista. Oukäämuksaa puhutekin. Kanaskum. Saa niinku tsiikaa kimana. Akohana puhukin soka. Oukikin kanaukamanista. Mannu oppia. Nää pios. Kipitää kios. Säästävät. Kiitämään sapukaatu nipun. Kiitämään toutaa pannikis toipa joksaptaa. Annenaan sitä päätöksiä. Aamuin steikkuun. Mä tunkkinään sitä. Tänään ajatelin. Oiko mua nimaisesti? Tässä mä. Tänään nähdäksistä. Ikäni mä tunkkinaan kohti katsin. No. Olisiko tämä siemu maissa? Se on tullut.
Thank you, Bruce. You know, yesterday we had a beautiful ceremony up on old Sapi Tomoi, no spill. I'll be glad someone stands to do that. Mokri kitchen onneksi sitä atsemuista itsekin. Eikä päätä fysika. Itsenä ja omeika kitapsen. That sacred circle that the Confederacy put on the hill. Itsenä ja onkia saaniksi sitä piukutti. Sani mokri sani kiutkui. The blue paint. Kanya jika sediga kami tukanas kami dati ketika itu sinai umi kumpul. Many of the society people were there mukhi kanakka each kinari jogi moto ichako kinari. O kinakani namchika kanatso ite kakoi ika kakina. One thing we noticed, Mukini brought it to my attention, the young people that helped do the actual painting. Ito ko na says to maksina sa that sacred wheel that's up there. Bigyan niya the medicine wheel. Isa na it's job medicine wheel. We noticed the young people that were there. They worked tremendously hard to help us put the ochre on the guidance of Mike and Annabelle, Jack, the people that were there. Were to each of the Confederate nations, each had their quadrant on that Sunake, and many of the young people that were there. One of them asked me, now that I painted these rocks, can I start painting now? That's just step one. There's about 1,000 steps you gotta take before you start painting faces. We'll start with rocks. One of the things that our people suffered at the cost of colonization, residential schools, government impact on our people, we lost the connection between the very young and the very old. And that caused our people to struggle for many, many years. But yesterday, brought it to my attention. When we saw the very young working with the elders there, that was something to see. So I think the Confederacy are headed in the right direction to bring back a lot of the traditional protocol of our people without the So to assist us with the opening ceremonies this morning, we called on 3 of the young people. Yesterday with the ochre sanity. In fact, all 3 of them had brand new clothes. But didn't look like it after they got done painting. They had to go to Walmart after. From the far end, Sikkim, I'd like to ask them to give us a prayer to help out with the prayer that we've just heard with Elder Bruce. Oh, go ahead.
These ones for the elders. I'll come back. You still have a long time. Good. Yeah.
Hey, thank you. How about a nice hand, ladies and gentlemen? It's a pleasure. My name is Wilton Goodstrike. It's always a pleasure to work with the Confederacy. I was honored again this year to be asked to be a part of the conference here this year as one of the masters of ceremonies, and helping me is Clayton Blood, my string. So I'm going to turn the mic over now to Clayton to introduce our leadership, and that'll take us right to the health break that we're scheduled for in about an hour. Okay, my string, and it's the pot.
Okay, so salamat sa ipo is mo siya kinin namin. Ikaw kita kiminana sa akin ko mo siya aka kinin. So, makuyi po. Okay. So, don't kita macam kita Napsat. Ani no kita. Ani mo kani ni kes. Istapan is uma istai ka na iksopa. Istawa. Ani ni istapi na aya. Tama istai. Ani ay ito. Okay, ganun ka. Sikai kita ka pa yan. Jauh mereka Okay, dito ko. Gusto ko mix twin. Ito na ikaw ko. Makatulog sa gabi. Ang sabi ikan. Ikan, Ken. Gusto ko ikaw ko ay hati-hati siksakay. Ano kayo siksinay si bati mo? Muksi, hindi na kaya ko na itumat sa mo. Ako matapa, muksi Ken. Hindi sa ay sukutuwaya ako kanikak sa kanaya sa gabi. Och efter att ta ni sa att makinim. Kaya ikasama inamat si Ken. Sa kita pa si Tapio at Utay. Utay sa saya ko. Sa kaya was. Ik zie hoe seks jump shop outside. Dan ik schreeuw tijdens het ja, dat ik is allemaal wat zip. Moest hij daar goed zitten bij is gestoken naar man siga je met de morgen. En ik kan ze mag vinden. BITA, the agricultural project. Ik zie daar je met de dat je business. Je nog ik je met de maak je moet je beter pios. Ako kung skima mo maki iskok sa kaki, o kita o di kitstakyo, o kituwatsa mo isko, pan nakitsitapi ko iskok. Si akipis ko, yan sa matko na start ibay pitsin niya. Manat school, mam skapok sa ki, andi mag isa ko mista pa mam skapok, since kayo since to big horn. Ito yan ni may matsaday, itapiwa kitsitapi mo. Iksa sama po tumoy waki amuchi hindi na exact no katok po yimi iksa sama wat sipi waki kano kay no katay ka kimato pinalakaks sama no kinayak kano ka kiksi umstay kaya mo soge usso po exact I atsa mo iskay kaya na udak ka kena kitsa tapi udak ka umanstay ni sa waki si po Akit sa watch tu. Kano kaya iskok siya niya, kaya kita ko kan straks makinim na, kita ko isik siya matsama mo siya ito.
Ikaw ko ako. Okay, ang skapifikan, patisifikan, siksikaw, kanya. Okay, moksi, kinnin, supansin, mohkutukska. Okay, moksi, apotumuksi. Okay, moksi, kita pienen. Saamukse akata pienen, mitä supaya pistutsunya mo kipata pios. Atsemuiskana. Okay, moksi asitini maatsa, saa sitapi. Kitkhona aksematsem kuan, kitkuttu uksuan kriistikkud. Nekse mohkutukskaksi känna. Okay, nekse ni tapoutumukina. Siksi kaakima ja mahkukut supaya paakkutuksaa. Nuhan ni tapukana. Nuhan sen yukskaksi. Okay, siksi ni, siis man tapu. Okay, kema stohki tämä kiniksu tapoutumu. Se katsi kaakimatuumia. Mahuman staskuna taapissani mu. Nuhan ni siirtoman staapuut, että jopi siksi keitsitä. Taapsitsani kuukua tsiippuja aamusti niistä skei. Kun skeima tapaattuu. Okay. Siksi kannista humanista aina kuukaa ahkiapu. Humanista humanista kuukaa puhukin. Kiaku tsiippuja, kiaku sopuja pitsini kuukua. Akoi, kun natakoi. Annes nyt skään ilman tapaa. Okei, tukska. Mutta muukse kohteippuja, kuuksikin. Mä kuiin. Meistuin, kistoon. Kohteippuja, mä oon stumppu tomaattisti. Mä kuuman sitä skuna taattissikin päätäpioksin. Kitsiipuksin. Okei, semmoista paatstoh pinnään sehtoon. Kun sukuja paattuu paatiksi. Anne mahtikaasta taskunata se mukitsiipuksin. Mitä skunata? Aamuksi ni kaikaka johtua johonkin piiksaavan ja mukkistunnuun. No kun sitä skaatat jo. Sitä skunata jo. Kitsiipuksin. Anne skaatat jo. Joutut skunata ja naaptii kueksuus tuo tsiipuksin. Se kukaan meiksi. Se kukaan meiksi. Se kukaan piikaa, ki mahpinnan
Actually, ito man sa po. Yung kaya sa gatas, sinitis kayo, kanoksin, no mokits. O kisiksikama sa kayo. Kaya nga sa kayo. Okay. Pikan, ang skapi pikan. Kiwa, nagsiyokki, sipo yung tukska. Asam kayo nagka, Iksummutsio tukska. Sanya ni tuansto, sanya ni tuansto. Matkuikio. Matkuikio. Amo na kay mana sipo yung skapi pikani. Diyan akit sinapasyo. Akit sinapasyo. Jikas si mansika, si matupi makutskas si tapi si mokisipo. Kikasok sipo yung. Kinukagat sipo yung. Tukskas agitsin nagsapasipoy. Aksikakadyo, o kikimatkuikyo. Matkuikyo. Sikidako, tuwa ukikamo sa katapian, pakukasipoy. Iksukapyo. Iksukapyo, kakumanista, kupaska, kakyo sini. Makumanista skunatapis sini mokipan. Okay, questa partita sconatapio, come man stai sitapio che zipo, ni zipo. Amutske, da zipo spinano, kita ko tuwa moxe, ako kat zipo yaw. Ni stunna na me akyapo, scanna, moxe mokuto, okay, moxe dapo, moxe na sinok. Nasoda mo ka gusto matukupinan, ganito na, kipinan, usnit-skay. Namukutoy na, kipinan, ito na, nitawat siya, kipinan, matukukin na, pinapaw ka, kipinan. Matukukin na, sapat saw ka, kipinan. Ito na, nitawat siya, o ganito siya, ganito siya na, ako sa kipinan mo, aktika siya, ibukpat kisin. Ako man sa ikakima tuksin, ako man sa skunatapis kisipos. O kindag na nasaptagat sa tapan-anas na pinan, no, siksikay sita. Ako sukuya pa. Anong niya, ito pa ng kakyupa, ito po kaya ang kakyupi, akit, ipang kama. O kinsik taksik, kakipinan, kistoan, kiansitins umpitan. Ito man sa skunatapyo, kiston, nila skunatapyo, kaaksan, nakagmanungan. Isang panuwanit, kuyo, isik ito mundo. Si gato mato, ito, si gato mato, ito. O ganita sabi. Utsukiki. Explain. Makri. Kitini cispinnan. Tidak umumcinnan, tidak supaya dia kanuksinnan. Amesti, yukkai. Oh, in the Gatia, our elders, our spiritual people, our chiefs, our chairmen, members of the respective council, our staffs, both at the Confederacy level and back home at our administration, our students, our young people, we welcome you to our gathering over the next 3 days. We have tried hard to ensure that the gathering takes place in a good way. However, there's more and more of us who are interested in the work that we do. And that is why we have a full house this morning. I'm sure there's others just outside listening to us. So we thank you for being here. And I want to recognize the dedication and commitment that Jack and his staff have made towards ensuring that we continue as a strong Confederacy, that we continue to collaborate and respect each other, and work hard at our commonalities and respect our differences at times. I think that is what has made us strong. So they will inform you about some of the matters that we have dealt with this year. One of the important aspects of our Confederacy, of is to continue to protect, to enhance, and to bring back the use of our language. Many elders have told us, in order to ensure that we continue with our special spiritual ways, it is important that we conduct those using our language. Our language is so much stronger than the languages of the white people. And they refer to the fact that in important matters, in order to ensure that our thoughts are the best thoughts that are possible, we somehow use our language in the thoughts that we have. So that's how important it is, and we have started on a process. We've started on a process whereby we want to ensure that all of you who want to help with preserving our language, enhancing our language, have a forum where you can share your knowledge and in some cases share your concerns with us. So we have started with that initially. The first one was in Calgary. The second one was in Sikshikai. The third one will be at Ghana, I believe, later on this month, and then on Scott, Kitani, and Kitani. So, again, we say our words differently sometimes, but we always agree on what words to use on important matters. Other languages say their languages differently as well. I believe the English language is said differently from the British people as opposed to the American people. So, matwiki, like I borrow Robert's word, matwiki, we will continue to ensure that we never lose our language. So that is only one of the matters that the staff of the Confederacy will share with us. There is also very important matters that they will bring forth. Because this is considered, 2019 is considered as the year of the indigenous languages. We thought we would put a little more emphasis on this important matter. And again, that is why our knowledgeable people, our elders, our spiritual people, our historians are going to share with us some of our history, and one of the beliefs that we have is that if we talk about our history, if we talk about our important history and some of the famous people, some of the famous feats that occurred in the past, in that way you will be more interested in understanding our language and speaking our language more so. So that is one of the exercises again that we hope to employ over the next 3 days. I want to thank the organizers again, our staff, council, staff of the Confederacy, Jack. I want to thank School Chicken Wilton. I want to thank Makui Puka Bruce. I want to thank Stuin for agreeing to help us. Clayton for agreeing to help us at our gathering this year. And I would like to, as a token of our sincerity in working together as a confederacy, our people would like to give a small token of our appreciation to each of the chiefs and the chairman, a small token of our appreciation for what we've done together and the progress that we hope to make over the next few years. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here.
Joe Weasel Chow, oh, guys, stuff to come.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's okay, don't worry.
Riel Provo in for Chief Stan Greer. Okay, thank you very much, McKinney. Just to give you an idea of how some of our kinship is shared by our BlackFoot Confederacy. Our next speaker is standing in for the kneeling chief who's recovering from eye surgery. Stan Greer is not able to join us. Stan Greer is second term chief of the Piikani Nation. But just before we get into the introduction, my relationship to the Piikani Nation is my great grandfather, John and Emma English, from Rocket. And so that's how I have connections and family with the Piikani Nation. And standing in for Chief Stan Greer is first-time counselor Riel Provo. And Riel is an active member of the community, even though he's a first-time council member. He has a summer TP camp in his community, and he introduces and shares the the Piikani culture and ways of life, not only with the young people of the nation, but also some outsiders come and are interested in knowing what the Piikani Nation is about. So Riel has been doing this for quite a few years, and so we would like to ask him to share some thoughts on the Piikani Nation on behalf of Chief Stan Greer. Oh, Riel.
Good afternoon. Student Daniku Riel Provost. Oki 68 to be I just want to read a letter it's actually in the pamphlet that you have here. It's from Chief Sangre. Chief Sangre couldn't be here today. He had eye surgery, and I'm sure some of you have seen him. He has a black eye, but it's not because of it's because he had surgery. So he asked me to proxy in, so it's a great honor for me to be here today and to talk in front of all of our elders and our 6K to be. So I'll just read out the letter here, and then I'll tell you guys a little bit of a story of our BlackFoot Confederacy tour trip. So this letter is dated for August 29, 2019. Okay, BlackFoot Confederacy. It is my honor to welcome and address the Confederacy at the 19th Annual BlackFoot Confederacy Conference. This year's theme, celebrating the Year of Indigenous Languages, is fitting in relation to the work of the BlackFoot tribes that are doing together. Together, we can move towards collective goals and visioning throughout our BlackFoot territory. I want to acknowledge the staff, technicians, and workers on their tireless efforts. I acknowledge my fellow chiefs from Kainai, Siksika, Amskapi Pikani. Also acknowledge my people, my Pikani people, as I am humbled to act as your chief. Welcome everyone and enjoy the conference. From Chief Stan Greer. I'll just give him a round of applause. So, I'm still really working on my public speaking, but so I do know that whenever I come to these conferences, I like to tell stories. I like to hear stories. And, I have a story of a pretty cool story. We went down to about a month ago. We went down to with the Black Confederacy with Jack and all the staff, and we had some elders with us, and we went down to the States for a Black. And then I met up in Great Falls at the beginning of the tour, and I stitched on with everybody. And we went down to by Sheridan. Anyways, there's these caves. We went to these. It was by Sheridan, and we were down there, and we went for a hike. We were walking up in the hills. And, we were looking at all these petroglyphs, and a lot of them were BlackFoot petroglyphs. If you look on the rocks, it was pretty cool to see these different designs and the way the rocks are moved and such. And then our elder, Leonard Bastien, told us a story of that area, and I believe it was the Shoshone. And he said that that was kind of where our boundary line was, one of our boundary lines. And there's a story that went with it. And, forgive me if I don't tell the story very well, but the gist of the story was there was a BlackFoot man who went down there, and they met in this cave with the Shoshone. And they played this game. It was like a gambling game to see whose land that was. And after they were playing this game, the BlackFoot won. And he took a piece of the Shoshone's scalp. And today, it's in one of the bundles that we carry to signify that that area is our land, is our traditional territory. So I thought that there's all these stories, there's everything's connected in a way. So I ask you, when you're at this conference, talk to another elder from Siksika or Amskapi, Guyana. Talk to them and tell those stories. Keep sharing them. And these little guys that are up here praying, tell them those stories too, so we don't lose them. It's very important to carry our stories, and like Nima was talking about our languages. Our languages is very, very important to us, and God bless our schools that it teaches us the gist of the language. But we need to continue to practice it, and I myself am one. I continue to practice every day. I do ask for forgiveness because I speak English a lot more than I speak BlackFoot. But I'm trying. I'm trying hard. So with that being said, I really wanted to encourage people to do that more in this conference. Enjoy yourself. I'd like to thank Jack and his staff for putting this together. They always do a wonderful job, and they're always ready to oblige and whatever it is that's on the agenda. And I'd like to thank everybody else for coming here from 60 Gates Entity. Also the Chief Joe, Kinima, and Tim here. Thank you guys for letting me. It's an honor to sit up here with you and just tell stories with you guys. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Riel. Our next chief that would like to also send his greetings to you is second term elected to the leadership of the Siksika Nation. For as long as I know, Joe has been very active in the community, but working with the tribal administration in various aspects. But one of the major areas he worked in was in land claims. He led some land claims, and I believe including the Bassano Dam, part of the successful land claim settlement in that community. Ilgay Anista, Stachtoboma, Stachtoboma. Ano, Madre Sotizzi. Oh,
Correct sa masumpuan, just to put. Ito niya, tapos sa sawo. Ang sao, kaya chita mo, si mo tswan ka, tukano, sitsukay, tapi. Kaya sa kaskano, dan sa kaya tapi, okay. So, tidak sini, tapi. Yumi atin naman stay ko iyo ka onim meow tanong yan tapi chipo kusin kiston no na such gates tapi po kusin itaps ko na tapi ikatuwa mugsi skok ta go to market then stukak sa magkaksa magtapi Mataya pi puiwex. Okay, mas stipa iko Ito pistapik siya wamok siya to kanakat. Kiumi Dixon stat saya. Staneso ka. Kiumi Rese kimo patak sa umiche. Okak stemaniche. Dan skolata pi pamo yo. Sim, pois legal. Just to go in, guys, you must see, that's a boy come. I must have some boy comes. Okay, oh, can I must see, sing. And you may, see the PO is done. As it's deep as it's not a PM. Mesti makpakokates to chis. Yesterday, I koki wa Yes, I wanted to acknowledge the fact that Chief Fox mentioned that it's the International Year of Languages, and when you think about it, our language, the Blackfoot language. When our ancestors, our leaders back then, entered into treaty, they did not speak English. There were no lawyers present. What they did, and I've learned this through a lot when I've worked 30 years in Siksika land claims. I learned a lot about the oral history. I was also given only skopta was to our That's what's the easy for only in this joke extra. So when the elders took me in, they taught me about the events in our language and through our ceremony, the events leading up to Treaty 7, the events surrounding Treaty 7, and the promises made by the government. And when you look at the strength of our language and the visions that were given to our leadership back then, you look at how that still protects us today. We are still winning our land claim settlements. So the treaty, the breaches of treaty are still being honored today. And it's the using that our language that has really helped Siksika in settling 5 previous land claims. Now we're in the process of negotiating one of the biggest land claims in the history of Canada. Unfortunately, this election came up, and we'll see if there's continuity going into the next federal election. But when I was told that a lot of the ceremonies that we do, we were in the mountains, the steppes. Dokoskin no spinan, dan spinan. Otiamo singanon statiamo. Abstu to get the samioex. Dokoskin next. Next ako no iya. Akani otiamo dokoskin otiamo. Dokoskin Kokamani soka. So when we do ceremonies and we have our faces painted, that's what the Creator, that's how the Creator recognizes us. Each tribe has different colors, but you still know when we do that. And I want to also acknowledge Wilton Goodstriker when he spoke about the different colors of the paint that were used at Nose Hill. Those are honestly gates. So when we go forward, you know, we had at Siksika we have a princess pageant every year, and I had the honor of speaking to the contestants the second day of the events, and I was telling the young ladies, you know, there's a lot of things you will encounter going forward in life, but one thing that you will must always remember is the teachings of our elders and our language. You know, when we need to encourage our young people when they speak the language. And this is what I told the young ladies and some of our customs. You know, the only kipitaki, Yomi students that be gates that any much so I'm see to go understand I'm see I'm 6 gates that be do to I'm see kita oxen noise they get up to school I'm see not to eat that they need to get so I get this up to I get started symbol school. I'm sit up here. I get this in your mind say what can start symbol So when we look at our territories, it is also so important that we acknowledge our forefathers when we go to these different parts of our territory, and we undertake these ceremonies, because the spirits are still there to help us, spirits of our ancestors. And as we go through the different processes of repatriation and integrating our culture into the different our schools, the different education programs, this is what will, you have to excuse me, this is what will always keep our people alive at events such as this. So with that, I wanted to thank Annabelle, Crawford Wolf, and all the staff from Blood Tribe, the volunteers that have made this event possible, Jack Royal, and the staff from the BlackFoot Confederacy office. We are very blessed to have some very young, educated people working at the BlackFoot Confederacy office. We are entering into government-to-government agreements in the same manner as our ancestors. The provincial government. The federal government. So we stand on the very important time of our people in dealing with various levels of government, and so as we go forward as our leadership did in the past. Ang sabi ako topic so some kamok si sa gikuan awat wat si kasi awat kanakat. It's very important that we go to our people that still practice our traditions, the Sundance, the different societies, and listen to their advice. And then going forward, we have our young people to instill in them the knowledge of who we are and where we come from. It's a hard world out there. There's a lot of things happening that are not so good, but we need to prepare our young people for that. So with that, I welcome you all to the 19th annual BlackFoot Confederacy Conference, and enjoy the next 3 days as we visit and we listen to the different people, and the different technicians as they share their knowledge with us. So thank you all once again. We'll talk to you over the course of the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. It kind of brings up the idea of trying to preserve our languages. Even I had to go back to university and study Latin. And I studied under somebody, all of you might know him, I'm Donald Franz. It's a good doctor. And I used to work for BlackFoot Radio, Kainai News. So I went to interview him. And we did a conversation. Okay, ako kasawa. Okay, nisto ako Grace Luner. Hindi nisto ni Danny ko Donald Franz. Hindi ni kinokay kisang stada po. Sinitanik kagi. Ito nga use. By the way, I got a day in to now take some time to introduce our other chief from Scotland. He's a first-time leader with the nation, but he's been very active in the community. And he's also connected to many of the people throughout the Confederacy. And he has served as a health administrator for the community in the BlackFoot, and that's probably why he has a very deep concern for trying to have a healthy lifestyle for all our members. So he has a succession of chairmen at the BlackFoot Nation, because they're south of the 49, you got to call them chairman. This side is. But here is Chairman Tim Davis. Up on
Stay healthy. Have a quick comment here. Welcome everybody. Let's just thank the flag bearers and singers and Keith carrying our Shelby County flag and bring up the elderly council. We have our start people, our family services people to share. In the bio that Jim McGee together, a rousing speech, but busy yesterday left. Anyway, our Confederacy just 19 years ago coming together for this in 2000. Here we are 19 years later, signing together. We have a BlackFoot Confederacy building here in Calgary. We just celebrated the first annual occupancy of that building in July. The Chinese consulate was there to meet with the Confederacy. If you watch politics on our side, you mentioned the 49th, our president imposed tariffs on Chinese trade. And, our dollar started browning, everything's $1 and a quarter. If you get down there, you'll see that's true. But we're working towards also an office on the 49th side, and I think Chief White said it's going to get the Bob Bar. It's supposed to be something. We look forward to that. And they mentioned the tour we had earlier, and we went to the medicine mountain in Wyoming. It was a very, very significant medicine. Mountain, bringing that back. Great for everybody. When you look at us, 1855, like in the United States, that was our Confederacy that made that. A lot of other people coming out there, trying to push them out. Recognize that because especially their fewer resources. And today, that is still being honored in our water compact. Allows us to be at the table. Government relations that we're talking about. Politically, we're working on the border crossing. All the difficulties of getting back and forth since 1869 is different than now. It's pretty rigorous. I come through and I know my age last year. You have to have something you can scan so we can scan that. Yeah, we need to work together. And we're working on it as to have a ID that allows us to go back and forth without too much hassle. Supposed to have a chip in the real ID that we're going to another drive on the southern border. So when we go to Congress on our side and we advocate for a $20 border crossing for I'm studying and so it's becoming how we work. We didn't cross borders crossed us, so now we're working trying to make that border crossing trade. That was the Free Imports Act that we have. We're supposed to do that. So we have actually work from. We talk to our politicians on that side, they say, well, northern border is a border with the southern border problems, so they want to build up walls. So what they're doing down there is they're taking resources from programs to pay for that wall. Hopefully, next year. Also, our election to this council, so before people up on my own. So this is my third year at this. No, it's 2016. I think that's great. Since that time, we've come a long way by saying working together in all the sectors, health, education, brings up the language, we're working on that. We have a team all here, we bring it up, I like language is all big, how things are spelled. There's a bio there, Mr. David, classroom, right now. When they talk to us, they talk English. And they talk in English. You guys all play with plus they have to speak English. He did name me my Indian name. I'll come up when I was asking my grandfather. Fought for the United States and freedom vote. 100 years ago, women got to vote. And I thought that 5 years later, Indians were the last people in the United States. So we cherish that right. Right now, we're working towards on the Unscripted County side, improving our relationships with our confederacies so we become strong like we were, can be, and we're going to be. So, again, thank the young guys that prayed for us. Didn't want that way of prayer. Prayer always will sustain us and fuel for our souls. So, as we move forward, and eventually we'll understand any language, we get there to the next step. We have to ground with our ancestors there, and hopefully helping a lot of us to hope to find here today as well. So God bless everybody. Thank you and have a great, great time.
And I'll continue the tradition of telling about my relationship to Scottish Independent. My great grandfather is Mike Blood. Mike Blood was the son of Holy Bear Woman and Charles Marchand. And that is my connection to Amscotty. Before we go on that health break, like you promised, we do have one more speaker real fast, and that's the organizers of the BlackFoot Confederacy annual meeting this year is by the new office. Remember that we've been fighting for this office a long time. And some of the people that have been involved in trying to really formalize the BlackFoot Confederacy is now the director of the executive director of the Confederacy. And they've tried so long. We even tried to open an office in Lethbridge for a while, and they've been really going hard to try and keep it going. Several staff members are with us today, and they're continuing to provide as much help as they can. I'm getting messages from across the hall, the other room. So they're also, we want to say hi to them and let them know that we also send messages to you every now and then. But the overflow room is also packed. But to make sure that things are done, we'll ask, I'm going to do the break first. Okay. I guess we'll have to get something ready. So let's have a break. We'll do a health break, and then we'll come back in 15 minutes. Cut.
No, I got it.
Hey. Hello. Yeah, for sure. No, I think she's in Montana right now. Like the opposite way.
those draws here shortly. I believe there's 11 door prizes here for today, day one. 11 door prizes. So make sure you've got that little red ticket, like the one that's in my necklace here, a little red ticket. That's your door prize ticket. We're going to wait till everybody gets their seat, and then we're going to call on the winners of each of the various door prizes. But right now, we're going to invite the next set of presenters, Jack, and some of your staff. Ask you to come up here to the head table. And does anybody not have a door prize ticket? Raise your hand. We have them up here at the up here. Raise your hand if you don't have a door prize ticket, or come on up here and get one from Lorna. She's got them right here. So make sure you have the red door prize ticket. We're going to be making the draws here shortly. Anybody that doesn't have a door prize ticket, come and see Lorna right here in front of the podium. She'll give you a door prize ticket. Again, there's 11 door prizes up for grabs here today. Hey, when we announce the door prize tickets, you have to bring your ticket up here, and they need to check your driver's license. But we need to have you bring your ticket up here, and Lorna will give you the prizes as they are won by each of the recipients. We're going to go till right till 12 o'clock sharp, and wherever we finish at the 12 o'clock bell, and then after lunch, we're going to continue on with the presentation of the administrative staff of the BlackFoot Confederacy. Tomorrow we're going to be hearing some of the old time stories.
Okay, and then
A lot of the elders are here.
requesting if you could end the other side. They want to see the crowd. Clayton suggested if you could take every now and then here and the other side
Somebody's
too.
put it on Clayton.
The reason they do that is add humor to the story
Oh,
to
then
keep your
you
attention.
can announce over here for all of them to let Browning, the Blackfoot relatives, Pinkani relatives, Chica relatives, to also Lincoln.
And Earl said he had to go to Pendleton Roundup this weekend. And I think he'll be here this evening. He'll be here tomorrow at the show. I think he's part of the old time storytelling. And Earl turned 90 years old this year. I had the pleasure of announcing the North American Indian Days with Chief Earl and Wallace Coffey from Oklahoma. And then Indian and Jay Sangadog from Browning. We had lots of fun at the Browning Indian Days. You know, there was a big argument one time going on between two friends. One people, one was a white guy. The other friend was a black guy, Sichati. They were sitting by the road, arguing what color God was. The white guy said, look at all the pictures they show in the Bible and all those holy books. He's white. And the black guy said, I don't think so. He said, look at all those hymn books, those nice songs they sing in church. No white guy can ever sing like that. God has to be black. Anyway, they're still arguing. They got hit by a truck, got killed. Now they're both sitting at the pearly gates, and there's an angel standing at the gate there. He said, what were you guys arguing about? He said, well, he says God is white. I said he's black. Angel said, well, now you're going to see in a few minutes. He's going to come out. He's going to come through those gates. Then you'll know who wins the argument. Pretty soon those big gates opened up and this man come walking out of there. He looked at those boys sitting there and he said, okay, no go. Now we know what color God was. You know, the language is I'm glad the chiefs and the administrative people of the Confederacy chose to focus their attention on reinforcing and bringing back as much as they can the Blackfoot language. It's a really difficult language because your first language, your first language is what your thought process is in. So if Blackfoot is your first language, your whole thought process is in Blackfoot. Somebody talks English to you, you're going to interpret in your mind, first of all, through Blackfoot, and then try and make sense of it with some kind of an English response. It's difficult. So the best way to learn is to sit with speakers, Blackfoot speakers, and totally immerse yourself in the language. Those of us, the elders that work with the various societies, all the teachings in the societies are straight Blackfoot. A lot of times members join the societies, they are non-speakers, but by the time they leave, they're pretty fluent in the Blackfoot language. So I think a lot of thanks and acknowledgement has to go to the Michawaks, the elders that maintain and teach, continue to teach the sacred ways of our people. Yesterday we had a presentation over dinner from the president of the University of Lethbridge, talking about an exciting project that the Master Charge people are making available to indigenous nations not only across the country, but all over the world. Master Charge is an international company. So those of you that have a Master Charge credit card, that's how they make their money. Their interest is quite high. But anyway, from that, a lot of these big corporations find ways to shelter their tax dollars by donating and supporting worthy causes. And this over this next little while, they've chosen to work with indigenous nations all over the world. And I think the chiefs are working with that corporation to get things going here in
Blackfoot territory, not only Blackfoot territory, but Indian territory all over North America. The language, is probably the only one that's separated into gender. Words that only females can use, words that only unnasna can use, males, words that only young people may use, words that elders may use. You'll never hear more straight now. You'll never hear them in public saying, yeah. Or you'll never hear my daughter-in-law hearing hey. That's restricted to the old men, the teachers of the days. And then some of the words in Blackfoot are pronounced the same way, but they mean two totally different things. One of the stories, true story, the word for the only woman in Tawa. In a different context, it can mean chickens in Tawa. Anyway, the story goes like this. One day, the man was getting after his wife, like that one, the pig. The stomach should poke her. And she told him, "You got that one, the poking moki. Go shame moko. You got so it's to go to Kim moki. But to Kim moki, that's the poor. Kima, but there's Janina. That is the poor. Kimachi Dawaki. Machi Crow. That is the Bogaki Kimini Dawa. What he meant was, you're not the only woman. What she meant was, you're so you can marry a chicken. And then this people, it's really, you pretty much have to totally immerse yourself in the, to get the real spirit of, the other reason it makes the Blackfoot language so special is, we live in our traditional world. There is a sacred kinship between Spumita pigs, the universe, all of life, and Jahkum. So I think we started the concept of university training, take that whole kinship into context. Not because none of us in university when the Greeks took over education way back when. They all of a sudden discovered that a lot of the universe had to do with life and life's experiences. Thus, the formation of university education. So, university education. And those of you that went to school, don't believe their teachers when they tell you you ran across the Bering Strait. Nobody ran across the Bering Strait. Our origin stories, creation stories, right here in our homeland. And you see the leadership when they went on that tour, went to some of the places that are part of our origin stories. School books will also tell you sometimes that maybe you used to swing from trees. I'm going to say, no, I'm not saying it. Somebody did, but he's not know. English is one of the easiest languages to learn. Anybody can learn English. It's a primitive language. And those of us that went to boarding school, we couldn't speak Blackfoot at boarding school. We had to speak English. And so in order to survive that environment, many of us learned the English language in just about 1 month, enough English to survive with. So look, people when I went to school, I knew a few words. I knew yes, no, our neighbor, something he wasn't happy with, son of a gun, or you pig. But I always heard them. So in my turn to get the strap, lining up, you have to say something in English so they'll take it easy on you. So don't begins to get my do you have anything to say? You pig. English didn't save me that way. They were worse. So Egypt is a topic, and Sergei Dobbs going to topic divide the beach, it's so entrenched in all parts of our daily life. Mostly yesterday when they were putting out the offering, Jack was the one that was given the right to paint. It's now made the chiefs and the Confederacy office supplied beautiful eagle feathers and the elk hide is what they used to make the offering. And the ochres that Jack used to paint the symbols of our way of life. When I thought the and when the chiefs were putting that offering, I'm not sure if anybody noticed, but right above them there was 3 golden eagles and one of the chiefs was saying there was only 3, maybe it should have been 4. And then all of a sudden those 3 disappeared into just almost immediately. And then one showed up. No, so there was 4 there. But are any of you that do these kind of things, whether you're at the Sundance or if you look around the environment of the universe, somebody will always acknowledge what you're doing, the ceremony that you're part of. There'll always be a symbol that somebody is listening to your prayers, to whatever is going on. And then it's going to divide the peace, because their religion is the same as ours. They're part of our way of life. So and then just wanted to encourage, and I want to thank those young people for that beautiful prayer. I want to thank Bruce for his prayer. Bruce sang a praise song from Index and to honor the occasion yesterday. I want to thank Patrick for his help in supplying the smudge and helping out with that whole ceremony. James, Annabelle, all the people from the Confederacy office that helped put that together. Big nose built. Nesnano kan skipin na okay, so chikay mo siya mato sa chi o sapitong. And the city really didn't know that. And the only group that came close to the actual meaning of that youth was Umhe Dayoga, Spy Hill. That's where our scouts and the enemy, game, near there, there's a lot of kill sites. There's a kill site for Mrs. Piscans. It's close to the river. There's buffalo runs and a lot of McGowan. I think our leadership has been pretty cognizant in our home territories. Whenever there's development happening, they make sure that there is no archaeological signs there in Makonoch and so they're very cognizant of that. We want to keep those pristine or the way they naturally are. So again, I want to thank everybody from the whole Confederacy, the Chichikai, Chichitoa, what the Chichikana, Stapikana, Pikana, for Mukikin and knowledge. Pinin and so Kimuki Makoto. For putting a lot into bringing us together again. So again, it's been a real pleasure to work with you. And now I'm going to turn the mic over to in fact, our line goes back to, I think he mentioned a little bit of the story on kind of stuff. Holy Bear Woman. One of the survivors, I understand, of that Baker massacre near Shelby, Montana. And after the cavalry massacred, I was Heavy Runners group that was massacred there. Those survivors, most of them were children, and this was January, minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit. And from there, they walked almost 80 miles to Fort Benton. And it's one of our people at that time to go find their relatives. Anyway, she gave us a lot of relatives in Outscouty Picani. And then her brother was also Yellow Wings from Apache Picani. So, Ocean went to the Smiths, Yellow Wings. So it's good to meet all my relatives here again. So I'm going to turn the mic over to my historian now for continuation of the Confederacy office presentations, and thank you very much for putting up with my jokes.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by acknowledging Uncle Duormo because King Stan Greer. Just some quick housekeeping matters. I know this room is coffee. There's not an empty chair somewhere. Just keep in mind there's a camera over there, so behave yourself. Other room is watching us. What they want to do is just let you know, if you want to call your family or anybody you know, they can follow they call it live streaming. Your pictures will be in YouTube. And if you go to the Blood Tribe's website, and there's a link, they call it, just go to YouTube, and you'll find the BlackFoot Confederacy being streamed live. So people in the community, even with your phones, they can follow along on what's going on here for the next 3 days. Before we ask our next presenters or the administration to give us some words, we have to do some things too. We have to give away some gifts. That drum, that drum much is nice. We got some gifts for everybody that came. And so if you pull out your ticket, then you'll find them in the back of your, see these collars, your name tag. There's a red coupon. Admit one. That's what's on there. And there's a number that starts with 568. You'll be able to get a prize. Everybody got one, including me. So the first number is 568. Make screen. 3260. 3260. Yeah, come up to the front and we will give you a gift. Oh, red weed. Maybe brought to the red weed. The next one is 568 3237. 3237. Okay. The next one is 568 3298. 3298. It could be in the other room too, so keep that in mind. All right, before we took a break, we had some words before lunchtime, and this is going to really make you hungry, but we're going to listen to Jack. The director of the BlackFoot Confederacy that made all the arrangements for us and have been really working hard to keep the momentum going. And he has a few words. Stan, would you like to share a few words with the community before we get into
Okay, Mr. Clark. I just thought I put the item in the soil. I just wanted to acknowledge Canada for hosting this year's 19th anniversary of the BlackFoot Confederacy Conference. About 4 years ago, we started the process of having breakout sessions in Sydney, and we hosted the event there. And the whole purpose and intent for having these conferences is to sort of establish a footprint within our territory, not traditional territory. Territory, plain and simple. We've never relinquished, we've never surrendered, we've never given up our territory. So I always say, wherever our territory is, from the signing of the treaty, when all of our chiefs came together, they established our territory. And so we go about establishing that each year, and I know there was some reference made earlier regarding the Sacred Sites Board that once again establishes evidence. People that know my background can tell you that I did 34 years, 2 months consecutive law enforcement. So I see the world through the lens of evidence-based. So when we deal with going forward and establishing the usage of our territory, our lands, you know that we have main places for all of the rivers, all of the streams, all of the hills, all of the mountains, all of those areas. Anybody who's ever traveled in that territory, as far south as Yellowstone River, you got to eat names. There's 6 amazing names of those mountains. In fact, I led a delegation here back a couple of years ago, and I know that Tim Davis, the chairman of the council member at the time, we engaged the U.S. Park Service to change the name of 2 places, Golden Peak, Mount Golden, Yellowstone, and also the other one was the Hayden Valley. Hayden was the superintendent project order for massacre that was referred to earlier by Wilton, Baker Massacre. And at that time, I believe it was on the 24th of January of 1870, they had massacred 173 of people, most of whom were women, older people, and some small kids, boys. And what Hayden had mentioned to Colonel Dillon is that these survivors, that they're to bludgeon them with the axe, and that's exactly how our people died, our ancestors died with the axe in a very vicious way. And so it's important for us to always be mindful of who we are. Some history calls us the rulers of the plains, and that's really who we are. The 6 Acacia tribes have never lost a battle and fought a battle of any tribe. In fact, the federal government had to negotiate treaty with us because they couldn't overcome the strength of our warriors. So I want to acknowledge the host tribe, also want to acknowledge Tissigans, Rapikigani, all of the technicians, all of the chiefs, former council members that have contributed to our existence today. Without your contributions, we wouldn't be as strong as we are today. I also want to acknowledge the prayer of the elders this morning, that we have type ceremony, and it was really powerful on Monday at the lesson at Roseville Park. And we kind of started a meeting last night that went real long. We still have to carry on with it Wednesday, but there's a lot of agenda items that the chiefs deal with, and it's all of you to come together. The theme this year is rain, because I'm not fluent in Blackfoot. I've never purported to be. I'm learning a lot more. Both my parents are fluent, my grandparents are fluent. I used to stay with my grandparents' house quite often. I understood what they said, but get away from it. You have to practice. It's like anything else. But I really want to thank McGinniman and thank Joe, and previously Chief Charlie, Chief Vincent, Chairman Barnes, Chairman Davis, and Mike, educators, we meet and pick up a few words. About this other Wilson, all of the ones, Martin, all the ones that have been really close in establishing a process and a protocol. So with that said, I wanted to thank you. I was at another function this morning. I wanted to people, I have eye surgery, but I'd like to be a little bit more dramatic. I used to say that they got to fighting hard for treaty and Aboriginal rights. That's why I got that shine. But no, there's an eye surgery. Anyway, thank you very much, chiefs, and everyone here. Yeah, all of the staff. We're growing, we're building, and we have exciting times ahead of us. And so, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Stan. Team, I'm speaking of our leadership fighting for our land. Next year, he promises to black So, and one of the things that he also talked about is in the English dictionary, every year they're adding new words like text or something like that. In Blackfoot, there's a new word. It hasn't been official, but only in Blackfoot will hear something else. Oh, Jack. We'll introduce Jack for the third time. What's up, Bill?
It's wonderful. this school to the Kanina si Bas, over the next few days. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody here. I'd like to, first of all, say thank you for the prayers, the blessings, not only this morning, but also over yesterday. It was a very powerful experience. I think everyone was there. And I tested that. You have a lot of strength, and you can feel it. Feel it there yesterday. So if you get a chance, I encourage you to go up to the house there and look up there. I want to thank all of those that directed us in a spiritual way how to go about doing that. Some of us are privileged to have that knowledge and to have it shared. It's a privilege. Thank you for that. I'd like to thank Wilton, Bruce, and all the others guided us through that. And the young people that were here this morning, it's really encouraging to hear them speak and pray in our language. And I think that it's getting stronger. Although we're losing it, the positive thing is we're getting stronger. And as somebody said before, we're only getting stronger. And I feel that. I've been involved in various capacities since means that we have known Kigasgavos. I can attest to that. We're getting stronger and we're getting more organized. I'd also like to, before I get into it, I'd like to thank all of the workers that made this happen. It's a lot of work. It's the guy who to get us all together. We apologize if it's a little tight. Some help with making every efforts possible to get everybody informed. So not only that, folks in the account, people at home. We want to get up and update leadership, hear about some of the stuff, get them informed. We want to not forget them. And also to the staff that I work with, I have a wonderful staff. I'm blessed to have them. You'll hear from all of them. They're all knowledgeable in their fields. They're all experts in their fields. We have a strong team. We'll be happy to hear all the good things that they're doing. So I hope I didn't forget anybody else, but I'd like to thank everybody. If I missed you, my apologies. With that, I'm gonna speak in English. I'd like to thank Floyd back there for that hat. And I'm going to get into a couple of things. I'm going to speak in English so that everybody will understand. We want to honor the year of Indigenous language, so we're all trying harder. We all still make mistakes, but we're all learning. We're all learning together. So with that, I'm going to get right into it. I also wanted to say that I'm honored to be your I guess, manager for the BlackFoot Confederacy and working with my managers to carry out the directives of the leadership, the council and the chiefs and the people. So I thank you for that honor. So with that, I'm going to get right into the presentation. So I'm going to ask Nick and who's over there, Lorna, texting. We're on the next slide. So you can go to the next slide. So it's always good to have a laugh. So I wanted to speak about how did we get here. So I took an old cartoon from the late Everett. And I can look at his cartoons all day. And if you can't see it, it's Trudeau, and it's funny because Trudeau Jr. is running for an election here again. So I thought, well, this may or may not be appropriate, but I can tie it together somehow. So it says Trudeau is telling this old Indian, your treaty has expired. Yeah, get to be honest with you, when your lease is up. It's right, time for you to go home. So I wanted to just speak quickly to how we got here. This, almost to the day, 4 years ago, marks where we really got momentum going. And it was a conference, some of you were there, that was held in Misakse. And it was also hosted by the Blood Tribe. And at that time, to help the leadership to get momentum going and get some direction going. Nani nani matapi examen ni dego state or dego mo eka pi taxi so the people were telling our leaders, all you do is talk about the Confederacy. You know, all you do is meet. What are you going to do about it? Do something about it, or next people. And that's kind of how we were all brought up. So that's where really that push got started. So 4 years ago, I just want to spend a bit of time on this because I want everybody to understand it came from the people that all attended these meetings told us what they wanted. So at that conference, we had a rep from each of the tribes, Annabelle from the Floods, James McNeely here from Amskapi, Byron Jackson, he was here earlier from Wachspeakani, and then myself from Siksika. And we undertook a working conference. If at that working conference, we had breakout sessions over 4 days. And we asked basic questions. Should we be organized as a confederacy? How should we be organized? How should we be structured? Just basic questions. What should our priorities be? What should they be if there's priorities in health, housing, education, economic development? And we had people present, so we made sure that it wasn't coming from us. We broke tables out into groups. Some of you that were there, some of you presented at those meetings. And basically the themes that came out of those 4 days were that we brought it back to the leadership, and some of those themes were that we need to start asserting ourselves as 6 gates of the year. So the people told us we need to start asserting ourselves as the Confederacy, that there's strength in numbers, and that people are starting to claim our territory, they're starting to claim or infringing our rights, they're starting to affect our treaty issues, that we needed to go back to 6 gates of the year, that we're stronger that way. So that's where it really got going. So I wanted to just kind of spend some time on that because it didn't come from one person. It didn't come from one chief. It didn't come from any one tribe or council or a group of people. It came from everybody. And that's where we really got the strength. And so from there, we started working and we started developing work plans, operational plans, and started prioritizing things. Because there's so many issues, we couldn't do everything at once. So we started prioritizing everything. And as we went along, we continued to go back to the people, and back to the leadership, and back to the chiefs. So that's the man. Is this what y'all want to us? Is this what you're telling us? And make sure that we reaffirmed we were on the right track. And as a result, back then, we had no money, we had no office, we had nothing. Everybody was doing it on their own time because I think people really believed in what we were doing and were passionate about it. And we all hosted meetings at each of our First Nations. We all provided the lunches. Everybody took, I guess, paid for what they can. So over the years, we went back following conferences to reaffirm again, is this what you told us? And then it was hosted by Siksika that following year in Lethbridge. Then we went from South to again, we informed them. That conference was more of just educating them because we're still trying to get communication to them to get them more involved. Then we also went to Red Deer last year with Nixium, they hosted it in Red Deer. And again, we reaffirmed this is where we're going. So that's what I just wanted to speak on that. It's important we know where all of this came from. That it didn't come from any one individual, that it came from everybody. So with that, I want to go to the next slide. One of the things that came out of that direction that was given to us by we met in Browning and we had a strategic planning session, and some of you might have been there. It was about 1.5 years ago when we started telling people, okay, tell us, let's get organized in these plans. Tell us what you think the priorities should be. So we're all on the same page and we can document these things. So we started going through them.
Subsequently, there was follow-up meetings over the next year with leadership, with the chiefs, with elders, whoever we can engage. And then in the spring of this year, the strategic plan was approved. And what we talk about at our management meetings is that this is our direction. This is what we're going to be measured on. This is what they're going to measure us on. Are we doing what you told us? So I always remind everybody that we need to go back to those plans to make sure that we're not doing what we want to do or another agenda, that we're following what this is what the people told us to do. So I wanted to highlight some of those things, that we're on that track, or we're trying to follow it. So with the strategic priorities, I'm not going to go through the whole strategic plan. We've got a copy if anybody would like one. Please give your name to Ethel. She's sitting down here. Nick is sitting over there operating that computer. Just give him your name, your email or mail address, and we can get one to you. So the first one is to establish a structure that protects and maintains our Blackfoot way of life, and our Blackfoot language. And I wanted to just highlight in blue a couple of things that are happening right now that we're trying to accomplish that strategic priority with. We've developed all areas based on our Blackfoot ways. We had a meeting with, someone mentioned with University of Lethbridge last night. We're going to have a follow-up meeting, because one of the things that we've tried to do in all the areas, in education, health, housing, everything that we're doing, all the social areas, language, etc., is we want to develop everything based on our values, our beliefs, our culture, our way of life. Everything has to, the whole system in those areas has to be based on that. So we all know when we work, that's what we work towards. It's no use it's not based on that. There's no use to do it if it's not based on that. You might as well go to a regular school, a regular hospital, a regular employment agency, or whatever. So it has to be based on the case of appeal. So everything that we do is based on that. You're going to hear about that with the presentations to follow in health, housing, and education, and so on. Development of language retention strategy. I want to just highlight, because, for example, Genevieve will be speaking to that on some of the initiatives she's doing with the language retention and the good work that's being done there. Also, we participate in language revitalization sessions. You heard it. We've been out in Sichiga, where we actually held meetings strictly on language. We've been out in, I think it's Tanzania, we're going to. And the plan is we've been to half. We're going to keep going around to all of them. We've engaged community members in those meetings. So ako so at time, instance, asked how they feel, that the advice that they have to help us not lose our language. We also participate in various language initiatives that were hosted by the various communities. One that was held by the Blood Tribe. So these are some of the things. Again, I'm going to give you a high altitude explanation here, because the directors or managers are going to go into more detail on what those actual strategies are. Number 2 was to establish the Blackfoot Confederacy political legal structure that will ensure treaty relationships are respected, honored, and the Blackfoot Confederacy rights are protected. Again, it was mentioned this morning. We've negotiated a protocol agreement with the government of Alberta. It's a unique relationship. It's a government-to-government relationship. We negotiated with the previous government, and it's all based on protecting our rights and who we are. And so we've had a new election, and I'm happy to say that we're signing a new agreement with the new government, and it's this coming Monday at Blackfoot Crossing. We're actually going to be
meeting with them and then signing off the new agreement, which outlines a number of different areas that we're going to be discussing and collaborating on to move our agenda forward. So we negotiated that. We developed work plans under these under this agreement, under health, housing, education, etc. And there's various structures that engage not only the community and leadership on our side, but the senior bureaucrats and government people on their side.
How did it, you know,
We also developed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People position paper. As we know,
I think it was
I
last
got it
week.
in, I got it in,
this is a document that was developed internationally. That was
This is in October,
I guess,
okay?
approved around the world. Canada was way
I'll
behind
send
in
you
the
the
US,
date.
and recently they
Yeah,
got
because I found Denver. Wow.
Фичествование инициокачестве выдавание информации. So student
Yeah, just to make announcements like that, whenever you can find something.
So what we're saying is they more or less agreed that through this declaration, by adopting it, that they made a mistake. They messed up. We lost our language, our way of life, our land, our culture, and everything else attached to it. So what we're saying is, okay, we're not going to hold you to the fire yet, but since you're admitting to fault here, we're gonna slowly start picking away at that. Now you can do it in a good way or a hard way. You know, you can go to court or we could do a cooperative manner, a cooperative effort. So we developed a position paper. This is how we understand and how we want to work forward to implement that. So we're working on that. We've developed that paper, and we'll see where that goes. You know, ultimately, I think we're in a good position because they've now admitted that they were at fault and they stripped us of all these things. So that's been done. We've also developed political legal work plans and tables under the protocol agreement. I don't want to speak too much to that. That's Kirby's area, and he'll allude to that in his presentation. It involves the chiefs and the senior technicians from each of the tribes, and then the senior bureaucrats and ministers from the government on how we're going to start looking at treaty issues and our inherent rights and any constitutional matters that affect the Blackfoot Confederacy. Number 3, to improve the economic well-being of 6GHW, we've negotiated various targeted funding agreements for all of the areas. We've got some in education, we've got some in health, we've got some under the protocol agreement, and we've got one under a tribal council funding. And so we're ensuring that we're not, taking away from any of the community's funding. I want to be clear on that. We're not here to compete. We're not here to take away any program services or resources. We're just here to assist. So even when we apply for funding, we make sure that we're not stepping on anybody's toes in the community. We're here to help. We're not here to take away from anybody. So we've negotiated various agreements based on that philosophy. And then we've also developed or are working on a leakage study. We met with the University of Lethbridge, and we didn't have time, and I didn't want to. We went on until about 10 o'clock last night, so I didn't want to speak, but we agreed to meet again. And what I wanted to tell them was, we're developing all of these systems, even in education, but it has to be based on system norm 16 based on our Blackfoot system. Secondly, I wanted to mention the leakage study. And the leakage study is something that we're undertaking. There's been one done by Ghana, Sixiga has one. Bigani is just finishing theirs, I think, in this month. And what we're planning to do is put them all together, and then we're gonna pick it apart, and we're gonna point out how much are we contributing to the Alberta economy. And right now, in early indications, we're contributing $500 million. You got 500 million, and that's all of the revenue that we're giving back to Southern Alberta. Here in Calgary, this is a good example. This hotel that we're at, how much are they making off of us? All the rooms, all of the meals, everything. This is one little event in a number of events. But there's a lot of other things in Cardston, Fort McLeod, Strathmore, Pincher Creek, Calgary, Lethbridge, and on and on. And that we're contributing, that's creating jobs, that's paying taxes, that's contributing to their programs. So we want to outline that. And our plan with that is to take it back to these yoke estimates, take it back to the government. Say, okay, here's our contribution. Now what are you going to do about it? You help us. And we want to show that. And then states in style, NAPI equates. That's how NAPI equates the white people government. They think in terms of money and dollars and data and so on. So we have to put these things together. So we've done that leakage study. We're just about finished, and Kirby is going to touch more on that. Number 4, to improve the quality of life for 6 states that we have health, housing, education, and wellness. Again, these things came from Matapiaks. These came from the strategic plan, because we also wanted people to know that we're following it. But those guys, Matapiaks, they're going make up with the plan, the strategic plan. Make up. People tell us what's happening with the strategic plan. Where is it? I thought we met on it. We approved it. We gave you our inputs. We want you to know that we're following it as much as we can. And so we've drafted work plans to include strategic direction. Under the strategic plan, we're developing operational plans for the respective areas: health, housing, education, from the Confederacy. Under those, there's work plans that we have that are departmental levels. Under there is job descriptions. So everything flows up to the direction that was given to us. So we got your job description right from the front line, to your work plans for your respective area, your operational plans for how we're going to carry it out, your strategic plan for the direction that was given to us. So number 5, to protect and sustain development of lands and natural resources while incorporating traditional Blackfoot knowledge. We've organized lands and environmental working groups, and Kimmy is going to speak to that. I don't want to touch too much on that. So I'll let her speak to that, but there's a lot of good things happening. We've assisted in coordinations of lands and environment conferences. There was one that was held at the Bloods in the summer. The Keepa conference, some of you were there, some of you participated and helped run it. We've been working with the community on traditional territory lands, and that's a big task. And you heard, we went around, we tried to bring the chiefs and some elders around to some of our territory. And again, I encourage you to do that. But one of the big highlights for me was the Bighorn Medicine Wheel in just outside of Sheridan, Wyoming. It's you can say that. You can feel the power there. And you should see where it's at. And we were told stories. One of the people that was there, we were fortunate enough to have, was Leonard Steve. And he shared some of the ceremonial connections that we have to these places. And I was fortunate enough to be sitting with Bruce this morning. He was verifying and confirming even some of those stories. And I think Riel spoke to one of them, and he actually verified that those stories are still within our ceremonies and in our bundles, and we still have those connections. So then you'll be able to physically see, how they all come together. The next one was to number 6, to communicate effective priorities and activities of the Blackfoot Confederacy goals and objectives. We've developed a communication strategy. We've got social media platforms on Facebook and a couple other things online. Those are our working in progress. We're still building those things. Keep in mind, somebody mentioned that our first annual opening of our building was in July 9th, so just over a year ago. Prior to that, we were working out of our vehicle or working out of home and stuff, but we're getting all of that settled in. We've got an office now, we've got some staff, we've got some funding, and so on. Ongoing meetings with all leadership and administration, department-specific conferences, health, housing, education, development of written material, participating in community activity. These are all ways that we're trying to communicate effectively. And I'm not going to go into detail because you're going to hear it in more detail. Number 7, to establish the Blackfoot Confederacy operations that will ensure achievement of its goals. We developed an in-house and approved our HR policies, which I'm proud of. Our staff put that all together. Our financial management policies, things that are going to govern this to make sure that we're staying within the parameters that we should be, and we're working towards again achieving these goals. Financial controls and procedures, so make sure that we're not jeopardizing the or the money or the resources that we have. The managers know we've worked towards a 3-year financial plan. So our goal, and we're almost there, is to ensure that we're sustainable at least for the next 3 years, regardless of what happens. That's what I'm saying. Next step over the kids. Okay, don't get the beats. It's someone's the wealth, God. There's going to be things. Just keep going. There's going to be these little tornadoes on you that go on all around you. Whether it's federal election, provincial election, Métis, even our own elections, our people, whatever. I mean, just keep going. That's where you're going. And that's what we talk about in the meeting. This is where we're going. So we always remind ourselves of that, and we ensure that we're doing it in a sustainable way with our finances and so on. And also there's an annual report. We're trying to get it finalized for this meeting. We do have a draft of it, but it should be finalized hopefully by next week. We just got the audit approved a little while ago, and then you'll hear a lot of the activities. Basically, you're going to hear the annual report here over the next couple of hours. Also, the annual returns will be completed. I know we just signed them off last night. So again, these are just highlights of how we're achieving some of those goals, and we wanted to tie it back to all of you because we're accountable to all of you, and that's what, like I said, just in the So moving forward, I want to talk about some of the highlights just in the last year. Number one, we opened our head office. We need a head office on reserve for tax purposes. So we opened our head office in Standoff. We have a room there. We've got our files there. So if CRA ever came around, we can prove to them that we're there. We're paying rent there. And we actually utilize the building. And we actually encourage people, if you need to meet there or you want to meet on reserve or whatever, we can go there. So that's happening. So it's available to all of our members. As I mentioned, we completed a 5-year strategic plan. It was developed and approved. I mentioned we completed the human resource policies, the financial policies. Those have all been approved. Basically, I guess our role as the administration is to ensure that we've got all of the policies, plans, finances, programs, services, all of these parameters approved in a manner that's going to carry out the strategic direction that we're given, and that's based on some states that we have. We also got the audit approved. I'm happy to say we've had a clean audit. They use all kinds of terms now, qualified audit, and so on. It's a clean audit. That's all you need to know. We were short $3, so Kirby gave $3. So just to continue on the highlights, I'm going to wrap it up here shortly. Number 6, budgets have been developed and approved. Again, we've tried to base our budgets to ensure that we have money moving forward, regardless of those tornadoes that are going on around us that may jeopardize some of our resources. So those have been done. Reporting to funders has been completed on time. All of these funds that we receive, we do have to report back to the people that contribute money to us. We hear different things on some of these fundings. Some people, as a money, well, and then you have to adhere to their terms and conditions. Another way to look at that is we're using their resources to develop our own systems. Right now, we don't have our own systems in place. We don't have 6 gates that build systems as a confederacy. I'm not saying the community level. Some of the communities have these systems, but in health, housing, education, and all these areas, employment, social development, child welfare, we don't have BlackFoot Confederacy systems that are based again on our values, beliefs, language, culture, history, etc. So we're taking this money or these resources to build those systems. Once those systems are built, then we'll have an option. Right now, we don't have an option. So we have to take some of that money and adhere to them. Once they're complete, then we can go back to the government and say, okay, we've got our own system. We don't want your system anymore. Here's our system. Now, how are you gonna start funding this? So it's almost like, taking their money to do our own thing and then build our own vehicle. We'll ride their vehicle for a little while, but we're going to build our own vehicle. Once that vehicle is done, we're going to say, we don't need your vehicle anymore. Just give us the gas money that you owe us. And we'll go where we want. So that's kind of the philosophy that we have at the administration. Number 8, continued growth in 18-19. We've hired some key positions. We've hired a new health person, Bonnie Healy, is here sitting in the back. So she's new. We're, again, welcome her to our team. We've got a strong team, and she brings a lot of experience like everybody else on the team. So we're looking forward to continue to build the health area. We had Nick over here, one of our, we call him Baby, Tutu. He's the Tutu of the office. So Nick's a smart young man. We also want to welcome him too. And also communication. We developed a communication strategy that I mentioned. There's a website. We're still building that website. There's information on it. Don't be discouraged if you can't find it and there isn't the proper information. We're still going. Keep in mind, we've only really had this office for about a year or more. So now we're really building momentum and building it fast. So just to wrap up, moving forward, what's going to happen? I kind of want to touch on where we've been, where we are, and now where we're going. I wanted to announce a stories project with the elders. We talked about it, and I'll go with the parts. We need to whatever they think, we want to bring these elders out and about anything. Tell us what you think. It could be cultural stories, it could be historical, it could be language stories, maybe even some ceremony, clans, whatever. And so we started some of that, and we're really losing a lot of people. So we want to make that formal. We don't have a lot of money for it right now, but we made a commitment to try and come up with more resources to carry that out. Development of a child and family services support area. We don't have that for the Confederacy. We've got health in the back. We've got education. Arnold Jerry's at the meeting on conference call right now. Housing. We've got some political legal stuff in the protocol with Kirby. We've got lands and environment with Kimmy. We've got some administrative support in those areas. We're lacking in the child and family services area. There is resources out there for us to take advantage of, so that's one of our priorities moving forward. There's been a lot of our children that have been taken away, need to come home. So we want to support that, or support the communities in doing that. Detailed implementation of a communication strategy. We've developed a strategy, but now we're going to start engaging the communities themselves. You all have communications directors in all of the areas, so we're going to be, Kimmy has actually reached out with them. I think she's had like 2 meetings. Now we're going to formalize that. So again, that's moving forward. A directors meeting with all the BlackFoot Confederacy administrations. We've been going out and in our updates to the administrators, senior administrators, we've been telling them if they'd like to have a large meeting. And you don't see it in there. There's a lot of capacity out there. We have a lot of people that have all kinds of experience in education and traditional knowledge that we want to bring together that work for the communities, all of our communities. So your senior people in health, your senior people in housing. We want to bring them all under one roof, and they're all raring to go. So I think that's going to be a powerful meeting. There'll be a lot of knowledge there. And so we're planning that for November, right? So hopefully that's going to happen in November. Also, we want to finalize work and organizational plans for respective areas. The strategic plan is our main document and our direction. Under that, we need an operational plan, if you want to call it that, or a work plan on how we're going to carry it out under health or under housing or education or so on. So we're hoping to complete all of those. Like in education, I think we pretty well have that. I think we've got a draft in technical services or housing area. We were waiting for the new health director to come on, so they would be a part right from day one to building in that area. So that's the plan for all of the areas. We're going to be signing that protocol agreement on Monday. You're invited to BlackFoot Crossing. It's going to be with the Premier. There'll be a number of ministers there, the chiefs, and leadership from our side. And then we're going to continue to hire some additional staff. Keep your eye on the website. I think there's 2 positions that are coming up in health. I think one right now, and I think there might be one more. I know in the technical services, there's going to be some inspector positions coming up. Under the protocol agreement, there's some term positions. So we're continuing to build staff to help us carry out all of this work that needs to be done. And then moving forward, finally, we've talked about opening up and engaging our from Scapi. So we're actually opening up an office there. We've got 2 options right now. I'm looking for a gym right there. One is at the college, and one is at Jim's house, right? I know it. So, in Bab, yeah, that's right. So we're going to continue to open up, we're going to continue by opening up an office there because, again, we would really like to encourage them to participate. So, not in a so we're still continuing to teach them what's going on with the Confederacy. And I know that'll be spoken to today. So again, I wanted to let you know how we came to where we are, where we're at, and where we're going, and how we tied it all to speaks the view in the direction that was given to us. So, Kenya, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Jack, sina chief waki ang choka kaya hindi skate klase HC. Ani ni kaya HC kuya at sumaya sikina tusi. We're talking about your conference. We're it's October 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. So go for the whole El Rancho Hotel. That's the film now, like the Coast Lethbridge Hotel. I'd say okay. Oh, yeah, again, finished talking here, all the pieces, get me everything. So. We'll have some more announcements, and we got some more door prizes. So we'll let you eat first, and then we'll do the door prizes. Okay. Aganda gumanda pa. Yo, kasi na pa yan. Aganda gumanda din sa India. Actually, guys, the pizza. We're ready to get started again for the afternoon. We invite everybody to sit back in your chairs. We have a presentation by the BlackFoot Conference. Last call, we're asking everybody to come back into the conference room. We're ready to begin this afternoon's sessions. Please should make their way back to your rooms. If you see anybody out in the hall, drag them in by the hair. No, by the ears. Okay, look at me. I go to the staff room. He looks. Good afternoon, everyone. I was sharing with some of the stories this morning. My older brother Wilton told us about it. Most of us went to school where you knew very little English. And one of the tough challenges we had was when you go into school, you said you could learn English in a month, which was easy. But a lot of us, even as younger as I am than he is, same problems there. When I went to school, I was fortunate, and my older brother Martin also shared that my grandfather Joe Heavyhead kind of had some English. That's how we had a little bit of an advantage. But quite often when you're talking to the teacher or the supervisors, the nuns, and you have to explain yourself what you're doing, and you're lost for words how to say it in English. You turn around to the other students and you say, in BlackFoot, tell me who on the school class. How do we say this in English? And then you get your ears pulled or you get your head slapped. Oh, no English. And Genevieve tells me, oh yeah, nowadays it's how do you say it in BlackFoot? As we started just before the lunch break, the BlackFoot Confederacy administration, the office there has been kind of fulfilling their obligations of reporting to the members of the BlackFoot Confederacy. Ay, napansin what they did. No, they're giving their reports, and we'd like to continue this afternoon with a few more reports that have been outlined in your agenda. And one of the things that we talked about is that there has to be an agreement between the Confederacy and some of the sources that provide the funding to do these kind of events. And one of the persons in the office that is mandated to kind of fill that role is to give us an explanation of the protocol agreement between the BlackFoot Confederacy and the funding sources. So I'd like to call upon Kirby Smith from the Piikani Nation to give us a report, and I believe there's a short video presentation with this. Oh, it's the next one. Okay, Kirby.
Thank you, Clayton. Okay, good job. Okay, it's the piece. Still on a quick I want to first of all acknowledge my mother, who is here with us today, Mati Musaki, and also to my aunties and Piikani sitting way in the corner over there. I want to acknowledge my relatives, and other folks from Piikani, like Wilford and Ruth and others, our chief, Stan. Also, too, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge some of our spiritual elders, Wilton and Bruce, and also to Tixapu, he's here right now, and I hope I'm saying the names right. Sorry. I just want to acknowledge Albert today as well. So sorry. To speak the language sometimes it's very difficult for some of us that are just learning. And a few years ago, I remember we had the occasion to be sitting in a presentation. It was in Portland, a few years ago, with the late Louise Copperfield. And Louise, even at that time, she was telling us, us young people, that it's very important for us to take it upon ourselves to try to make that effort to speak the language. But I always envision that there's two pieces to that. There's people that want to speak the language, and then there's those that do speak the language that want us to speak the language. It's kind of a two-part thing. So I always challenge myself when I see people like Genevieve and others, and I try to speak with them. Ethel, I try to work on my pronunciation with Ethel, and they help me to try to to speak the words as well as I could. All the work that we do. So that effort continues, and I just ask those of you that are well-spoken to be patient with us and to just help us. A day-to-day pronunciation is very important. Clayton mentioned, and others speak about the fact that, people, they think in Blackfoot, but if you weren't, raised that way, if you're raised in English, it's difficult to make that transition to think in Blackfoot. My uncle Mickey said that as well too. He said when you try to learn the language, it's important to think in Blackfoot, but for some of us, it's difficult even just to get to that stage to try to think in Blackfoot. So be patient with us and help us to speak well and help us to learn and even simple things like prayers, which is very important for us, and greetings and different occasions like that. Just have patience with us. So my presentation today is going to be very brief. In fact, the staff were teasing me. They're telling me, whatever you do, don't start speaking for a whole hour. Just cut to the chase and go again. And I sit down. Sometimes I have a tendency, to go on and talk about lots of different things. I get really excited about, whenever I have a chance to have an audience, and I like to share lots of things. So he says, just cut it short and go again, guys. Sit down and go on to the next presentation. So from last year, when I first began working with the Confederacy, it was and it continues today. It's very much an honor for me to be one of the team members, as Jack had mentioned, for the BlackFoot Confederacy. My primary responsibility is the protocol agreement that the Confederacy nations have with the government of Alberta. And with that, there's so many different areas that we focus on, everything from economic development, health and education, even to language around the United Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People, as well as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So all of these areas are covered under what we call protocol tables. So there are 6 of them, 6 protocol tables. Others like Genevieve and Kimmy will speak to other tables in their presentation. So my focus in keeping my presentation short, so that I can sit down right away and others can speak, is just on 2. Number 1 is the economic development table. And economic development is it's very broad-based as well. There's a lot of initiatives that are unfolding with that table. And then also too, which I think at some level, even more exciting, is Table 6, which is the political, legal, and the UN Declaration and Truth and Reconciliation table. So those are the areas that I'm going to focus on. Jack mentioned also too that the Confederacy over the last few years has developed our strategic plan. So part of what we were hoping to achieve with our presentations today was just that we would have an opportunity to tie the work that we're doing individually within our own areas to the strategic plan. Because the strategic plan, as you mentioned as well, is the direction that the Confederacy was given from all of the Confederacy nations at various meetings and strategic planning sessions that had taken place over the last 2 years. So this strategic plan is sort of the culmination of all of that work into one area. So a lot of the work that we do is geared towards that. So for example, in the strategic plan, we have, there are, again, 2 main priority areas that I'm focusing on. One is, Jack mentioned, strategic priority number 3, which is to improve the economic well-being of 6 engaged to be. And also number 2 is to establish a BlackFoot Confederacy political and legal structure that will ensure the treaty relationships are respected, honored, and the BlackFoot Confederacy rights are protected. So in the first place, with economic development, what we're trying to do is we're trying to, again, link our activities to the strategic plan. And I think I have a copy here. So the strategic priorities that we have achieved over the last year include things like we've created, again, the 6 tables and the work plans that have been approved by the chiefs. We've achieved some funding grants from the government of Alberta, and the new UCP government have actually agreed to sign and to re-sign the protocol agreement, which will take place next Monday at BlackFoot Crossing. And then, of course, there's many technical working groups and sub-tables that have been established as a result of that. So again, these things tied to that strategic priority, which is the protocol agreement, has been completed and approved by the chiefs. And I just want to say something about that just really quickly as well. So when we were putting this PowerPoint presentation together, the staff had kind of a joke for me when I came into the room. They said, "We're going to do your slideshow now." And so they had, when my slide came up, they just had a picture of me and Rachel Notley because I ran in the provincial election earlier this year. I said, "Hey, come on!" And I remember that it was really funny too because when I was being interviewed by H. Niki and Chinixley and Canada and Chixiga, Tom Russell, he said he was doing a story on the election, and he said, you have an electronic photo we can use for the article? So I showed him this photo of Rachel Notley and myself, and he just looked at me super quiet. He said, "You have one of just you?" So that's showed that went into the article. So, but it's very exciting too. Just really quickly on that note, it's very exciting on a personal level, to have that opportunity to really become aware of some of the political language that is spoken, especially in this province. Last night we had a very interesting meeting with the University of Western President, and McGinney, he had said something very profound, which I think we can all relate to in some way, is that many times the communities, especially in southern Alberta, and he referred to them as the Deep South, they have a very conservative attitude towards Nitita peaks. And sometimes businesses and services that are provided in these little towns are very, they can be very prejudiced at times. And that doesn't take away from the fact that, and we spoke about that earlier as well, in regards to things like the leakage study that we're doing with the Confederacy, which is basically an exercise to showcase how much we contribute to these small communities. And it's in the millions that we're just beginning to see this consolidated picture of how much resources that come into our communities that essentially are leaked back into others in businesses like Walmart in Pincher Creek and all these other places in Cardston and these little towns, Fort McLeod, how much we contribute to that. And it's incredible when you step back and you look at that picture. So right now, in fact, I just got an email today from the consultant we're working with, and we're about to start to put together this consolidated review of the amount of resources on a collective basis that go towards helping to service all of these other communities, and it's very substantial. And the other issue, of course, is the fact that, for example, in places, medical service facilities, the hospitals and so on, schools as well is another big factor, is that even though we contribute a lot of funding and resources to these institutions, one of the problem areas is that our people are not part of the decision making that goes into how these places are being serviced. And that's another challenge that we have to try to overcome as well. So many challenges are faced with that, but that's not to say that Nixie 68 speaks that we don't contribute in any way to the Southern Alberta economy. We contribute a large part in that too. So we need to acknowledge ourselves for that. So going forward on that, so moving forward, what are our plans really under the protocol agreement? And there's a picture of Rachel Notley with the Chiefs, not with me. So we thought that would be appropriate because, of course, it was under the NDP government that the protocol agreement was signed. So what we're trying to really get into, I mentioned briefly the leakage study. We've also been given a mandate by our groups when we get together under Table 1. And that's, for example, in the area of tourism. And tourism is a big factor, not just in Alberta, but across the country. We've heard presentations that there's a super high demand for what we call the Aboriginal experience in tourism. The challenge is that even though the demand is high, the supply of people that are actually in tourism is very low. And so that of course makes it troublesome for us, because what's happening is that because Nixie speaks, we're not part of that picture. That means others, Napiquecs and others, are doing the work that we should be doing in Aboriginal tourism. And we've come across many examples of Napiquecs that are hosting teepee camps and all those kinds of things. In a way, they're kind of like taking that business from us. So we brought everyone together, and everyone overwhelmingly agreed that we need, as a confederacy, we need to form a structure that helps to develop that area, and to try to make some inroads in the area of tourism. So that's something very exciting for us. So we're hoping that over the next few months, we're going to see that structure come together. We have an elder advisory group that is working with us as well. We have a chairperson, and just all of the makings of that is really coming together well too. So we're just trying to make it so that it's something that's constructive and that has, at the end of the day, the outcomes that come from that is that more of our people get involved in tourism. So that's a big thing. The other piece that I want to focus on as well is just things like we talk about procurement. There's a lot of business that is going on within the province of Alberta. So again, we're just trying to mobilize our people in employment and training to basically to try to do more of that. We are I mentioned our tourism association. So one of the other areas that we're focusing on, which is very exciting for me, Joe Wieselchild, the chief, mentioned earlier, the many years that he's been involved in research. And so when I was a student at the university, I was also working part-time in our research department. And so I came to understand the nature of our, in a sense, you can say almost like our treaty relationship that we have with the federal government. And so one of the, and again, these are things that we're just beginning to start to get some traction on, is to try to look at what does that mean for 60 Gauges to be? What does it mean for us to have that kind of a, if you want to call it like a treaty making mentality, if you will, because we do have, as we mentioned, as we know already, and Jack alluded to that earlier as well, our inherent rights. We have issues of sovereignty. We have issues of control of our own resources within our own territory, like all those kind of things. So, and again, for me, it's very exciting, to have a bit of that background, but also to at least begin to start asking those kinds of questions, like what does that mean for us as 60 Gauges to be, to have that kind of a treaty understanding. There are many books and papers and research that has been done over many decades in that area, and so that's one of the things that we're just beginning to try to consolidate as a confederacy. That's not to say that that work in that area has been ongoing for all our communities on this side of the border and on the other side of the border with Scotty Pigani. But again, it's just one of those things that we're trying to bring people together to try to share ideas and to try to develop a little bit of a work plan around that. Because again, it speaks to, and this will be my final point, is that with the Confederacy, over the many years that this conference has been going on, it's 20 years almost, that there's been a lot of ideas that have been sort of kicked around in the communities. But it's an opportunity for us. It's a golden opportunity for us. And even just speaking with the organizers for the conference, the people that wanted to come to the conference, the number of people that wanted to come to the conference was overwhelming. And it just seemed like everybody wanted to be part of something really positive, wanted to be part of something really strong. And I think that's what we're seeing now. And again, this is just our first year of operation to take on some constructive action in some of these areas. And I really encourage all of the communities of Scalpi, Pigani, and Siksika, Pigani, and Ghana to really, put your people forward. Ask your technicians and your directors to be part of these table discussions, table negotiations. Again, we're dealing, in some cases, we are dealing directly with the government of Alberta, but we're also seeing areas where the federal government is being involved in that as well too. So it's a learning process that we're going through, but it's one, at the end of the day, I think it's one that really helps to bring our people together and really starts to acknowledge. We always acknowledge who get the peaks, our stories, our societies, all those things, and they continue to be our guides for developing this Blackfoot Confederacy. So with that, I want to thank our elders for the prayers today. I want to thank all of you for taking the time to come out and participate in this great conference for the Blackfoot Confederacy. I want to acknowledge our staff as well and wish that everyone has a good conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kirby. And he was right. He took 55 minutes. One of the other reports that the Confederacy have been involved in is in education. And so I'd like to down more. Genevieve Font. She has worked in education most of her life. She has earned a doctorate in education. And so she is a valuable asset helping the BlackFoot Confederacy engage in this area too.
Kaikki sama puhuttiin skimaksi. Lopu sinaniksi, nisopu sinaniksi, istua lopuksi. Akaitapi, nyt lukaa puhuttiin. Tiktaa sinä, ainakin tikasti matset. Akitania, organic, antansta, tiktais. And I just want to say to the parents, to the community members that it's been a privilege to be part of your children's education or your grandchildren. And I've been an educator now for more than 30 years, and I know all the students I taught have graduated, and those have gone on to post-secondary. And it's a real privilege to be able to meet them and they tell me, this is what I'm doing. I'm in this position. And so it's I just wanted to thank you on giving me that opportunity to work with your children and now to work with all of your communities in this role that I have as the education director. We've got many things with the education and trying to focus and bring everything together. Okay.
We told boats if we had the other room. I want you to know when.
Okay, and I just wanted to say that some of the priorities that I have been working on with our education directors, and I work with not only K-12, but also the post-secondary. So those are the groups that we've been meeting together over the past few months. And last year, we finished the work with the files from ISC, INAP, used to be INAP, I believe it was First Nation Student Success Plan, and also the REPATS program. So those are now part of the core funding of each nation. So it doesn't flow through the BlackFoot Confederacy anymore. So as of this past March 31st, that funding went directly to your students. So, and that goes back to what Jack had mentioned. We do not take monies that should be going directly to your students or to your nations. So that's what we're working on, to ensure that whatever funding is coming to your nation goes directly to your nation. We try not to impede or do anything to address that. Okay, so just going through, I have a bit of a flow chart there, and it identifies some of the core businesses and the priorities that we are working on with the strategic plan. So that plan that you gave to us, the direction that you gave us, and we are using that to guide us in whatever work we're doing. So one of them is the like I've already mentioned the K to 12 working with the post-secondary, so that's what we're doing. And then core business number 1 being the BlackFoot culture and language. So that's one of the things that we've been working on to maintain, control, protect, develop, and strengthen the BlackFoot cultural heritage, the traditional knowledge, traditional cultural expressions, oral traditions, and literatures. So we had the Awakayop conference, education conference last year in 2018. We hosted it, the Blackfoot Confederacy hosted that conference, and it was at the coast, and I believe it's a different name on the northeast side of Calgary. And out of that, we all the educators in all the school systems were able to share with everyone. This is what we're doing in our schools. These are the promising practices. This is what we want to do to support the language. So I'm also, one of the other things that we're working on is a Blackfoot repository, where we're collecting and digitizing and identifying the different resources that are available in each community and how we can move forward with those and share that information with everyone. So that's one of the things that I'm working on, is developing that, and it's in progress, so it's not going to happen overnight, because I'm still if you look on my web page, there's a picture there from last fall, and I haven't had a chance to update my website. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done there. Like I said, I advocate for funding, also for our school systems, and with the protocol last year, the Nicole Kelly, who's the assistant deputy minister, she used to work with the NIB Trust, and I knew her from Roy is still on the board. I knew her from that, and so when she was appointed to be on that, right away I met with her and I told her, these are some of the things that we want to pursue. One of the main ones is the language. There's very little funding that's going to our schools, very little funding going to our post-secondary to develop resources, to develop curriculum, to support our language teachers. So last year there was that grant funding that went to the schools, and it was accessed by post-secondary also. So now I'm proud to say that Redco Community College has a program supporting in our teachers who will be teaching the language. And I know Old Sun Community College has been doing a lot of work in that area too. So the resources are being developed, and not only for on reserve, but those surrounding schools, surrounding our reserves, they had access to some of that funding also, because many of our children are going to off reserve. So I just wanted to say that, so that you know that this is part of the work that we've been doing. The other is the core business number 4 in the social. So we're working on the education area and the health and wellness of our students. We're looking at, we're connecting with health and how can we support our students who have been impacted by those social ills, I could call them, in our communities, like the opioid crisis. We have suicide. We have the poverty that our families are undergoing through, living through in our communities. So those are some of the things that we're looking at: the mental health and connecting and working with different communities and working with not only all the agencies, but others, officers, in different areas of the health. I know, I just wanted to share with you in the middle there, there's a photo of a girls' drum group. These are girls that are going to school officer, and they developed their own drum group. And it was really, I was really surprised when Kirby came to me and he said, there's this drum group, the girls group, and they're going to, I invited them to come and sing at our barbecue. And I was asking, where are they? And he couldn't remember. And I told him, is it Christy? And he said, yeah, my niece Christy. That's my niece Doricia. And then Jacinta's granddaughter is in there too. So it was really a privilege to see them come and sing for us at our barbecue. So that's just one of the witnesses. And the other is, I went to the high school graduation. I couldn't believe the number. It was 47 high school graduates. It's just from one school, and high school. And I really felt proud of them. And it was really fun. So those are some of the things that we're working on. And the other is part of goal number 4 under core business number 4 in the social is the elimination of employment gaps between Aboriginal, we could say Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. So we're looking at how do we ensure that the funding continues. I know there's a meeting I think in the next 3 weeks. AFN is hosting the meeting here in Calgary at the Westin on the 8th and the 9th. And it has to do with the K-12, the transformation, and how that funding is going to be moved out into the schools. So it's just a K-12. I'm not sure where post-secondary is, because I've been trying to get information. I've been calling, emailing our AFN representative from Alberta, Marlene Fuentes. Haven't received a response. And then phoning the numbers at AFN in Ottawa, and they just told me connect with your Alberta representative, but I haven't received any information, so still waiting on information on that. So looking at that, and how do we address our students officer? There's some strategies that I shared with our K-12 and our post-secondary at one of the meetings. And I was thinking, well, maybe an outreach school host in the city of Calgary. And Suksaba informed me, we're looking at that. So I thought, okay, I don't want to step on anybody's jurisdiction or anything, or take monies away from any of our communities. So I thought, well, that would be something that many of our students could go to whenever that outreach school is put up in the city of Calgary. And then there's another funding I received from the Youth Employment Skills Strategy. And so I sent that to all the nations, and I received it. I know it was about a week or 2 before the deadline for the proposal. So I sent it out and then waited for everybody to respond. Nobody responded. So I thought, well, should I just go ahead and write this proposal? And then I thought, okay, 2 days before the deadline, I put it together and had Jack sign. Well, Jack was in Sitsikan, so I were trying to get his signature. And he said, just sign for me. So I signed for him. and so I submitted it before the deadline. And they've been calling for they want a little more information on this. So I'm thinking maybe it might be possible that we will be helping those students that have been out of school for at least a couple years or a few months, between the ages of 15 and 30, so that's the age range. So we won't know until whenever they decide. And so I hope to give you more information later on that. Okay, so the other is the core business 5, the environment, land, and climate change. I've been sitting with Kimmy and working with some of the representatives from your communities on that. So we're working on that. So that's going to happen. So we're hoping to address that strategic priority number 1, and that's to establish a structure that protects and maintains 6 against different factors. Our BlackFoot way of life. And 6 against equals. That's our language. So, like I mentioned, we hosted that BlackFoot conference, and we have a needs equals strategy, which is ongoing. The first meeting we had, all the nations were represented here in Calgary, and our funding isn't huge. We got a small grant through the protocol. We call it talking money, but that's all it is right now. There's not enough funds in there to start a program, but we can bring people together to identify, okay, what can you do in your community? How can we proceed, and so on. So that's ongoing. We're integrating our everything that we have within 6 gates. And so we're looking at the land, we're looking at the language, not the Wapi, oh, I'm still ahead of schedule. Okay, so I'm not going to go too far into that because Annabelle has asked if I could present more on this tomorrow. So I'll be presenting more information on this tomorrow. And so we're looking at that and how do we integrate this language into our curriculum. Okay, so those are all in process. And I know there's lots of work going on in each community, and we'll continue to support them, those strategies. We have, like I mentioned, 8 seat weeks at their conference. The Ghana Board of Education is hosting the education conference this year, and their focus will be on the language also. So there's more information coming there. And I've already talked about those. So I just wanted to say, I think I'm going to end here and say that we've done lots of work in education. Our work it's lifelong learning. Every day I learn something new, and I hope it will be the same for you too, because we're working not only with our youth, those young people that we saw here today, but I just want to commend them, their teachers, for helping them understand and be able to pronounce those words in the way they should be pronounced. So I'm really proud of them. I know I'm biased a bit on one student, he's my grandson. So I just want to say that it's been a privilege working with the team here, and privilege working with all of you. So hopefully when we have our continuation of the meetings in the different communities, that we'll get a lot more people to attend. Okay, so I'm going to end there, and I want to thank everyone for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing that I do have to come in, some of the stuff that doesn't always give you a degree, that the highest degree in today's society. Patty has a lot of traditional knowledge, Genevieve. And she was fortunate enough to have her father, the late Everett Brewstead, pass on the knowledge. And we share this knowledge through her husband, Roy. We're always telling stories about some of our ways that is very difficult to put a degree on. And sometimes we are on the edge of losing that information without passing it on to the next generations and stuff like that. And so it's always nice to hear some of those stories, and it's the kind of stuff that I guess I can prepare you for tomorrow afternoon. My co-host, folks will be sharing the elders and some of the stories that we hear a lot about. And it's good to see that we can share it with both today's science and education systems and our traditions as well. And I have to sort of come back to what I've been doing all along, is talking about how I'm related to all the people in the Blackfoot territory. My partner, Natasha, she has an uncle from Siksika, and they've been kind of working together for a long time in the housing industry. And so our next speaker is Arnold Jerry, who talks about some of the roles he played in his community of Siksika. He's helped the Bloods and other communities in the area of housing. So he's going to provide the housing report.
I want to thank Alvin for the prayers today, and I want to thank the Chief Confederacy for allowing me to work with them. It's really interesting. The time is very trying, but at the same time, I think the objectives that we're trying to reach within the Confederacy is more important than what we have to do. So we'll go through some of the areas that we, some of the strategic priorities that we take in regards to previous discussions. I wanted to kind of highlight, prior to putting our strategic priorities together, there was a lot of discussion with the elders and members of our Confederacy in terms of what they wanted to see within housing and technical services within the region, within the Confederacy. So one of the basic comments was made was the improvement of housing quality, affordability, progress, and accessibility. Which put together, it sounds very easy, but very difficult to attain, and we're dealing with, but at the same time, we're going down that direction. Before I go in, I want to say a little story about when I was a young housing director in Siksika. We used to have open band meetings, and at that time, the community come out. So you're out there and houses put on the table and so on, and you get all the, I guess I wouldn't say radical comments, but comments and so on. But there was one lady I wanted to kind of mention. So when housing came out, I go take a look how many people are in the room, check it all out. But I looked for that one lady. I didn't want to see that lady in the audience. The lady's my friend. Rachel's sitting beside me. I'm not afraid of her anymore. Good to see you. So some of the things we're talking about with the properties achieved, that we're talking, obviously, ongoing discussions on their housing programs that include policy and regulations, and we're talking about officer programs. We have to kind of meet all the requirements in terms of how to put that in place. Sounds it was very difficult because we put in policies and we have to indicate how it best helps First Nation members in terms of housing. We're talking about officer. I always had a real good example of saying, I'd rather give somebody $25,000 to go build a house off the reserve because I don't have to build a house on reserve, which costs $300,000. Then I don't have to go chase the rent for the guy off the reserve. He's on his own. I guess with the same principles we're talking about, we talk about economic value, we talk about return on your investments, and so on. This is why we take a look at affordable off-reserve housing. A lot of the First Nations and Bloods, Siksika, There's 144 units that went out when we had the units put in place in previous years. So I'll get to that, a little more discussion into when we're taking a look at our priorities that are upcoming. Also, we want to identify the technical services funding sources, and obviously under a different service delivery with the regional funding agency, which is TSAC. So we're negotiating with the transfer of funding over to the Confederacy. Not an easy process, but we're working on it. We developed a template for the Regional Housing Authority within the Confederacy. Some of the questions that come up, they say, what do you guys do? What services do you offer? How can we be part of this?
Rachel, stop talking.
Maybe that was Rachel. So putting that together, and the process is going, and how we do that is we invite the technical services people, your directors, we get involved with some of the people that we want to from the reserve, try to align those priorities and work towards that. In our case, we're doing fire prevention, circuit rider training. We're looking at acres being used for the upcoming year. So we're talking a lot of these issues. So it's an ongoing process, and we've done a lot of work over the last year. We've also invited, as Jim McNeely indicated, who calls himself the step kid of the South, Browning. Well, we're inviting the Browning community over, their directors and so on. I was there about a couple of weeks ago, and I have to say they have a lot of things going on. And it's, we're also some tribes, and I think that we can share a lot on that. So those are the upcoming meetings that we're going to be having with them. We've hosted a regional asset management seminar back in March, which is provincial-wide. Unfortunately, we only picked 2 individuals for each nation, but it was something to take a look at our assets on the reserves, our schools, our community buildings, health centers, and so on. So we've done that with a pretty good idea, and the individuals that tend to have good understanding of what they have to do on the First Nations. So we're identifying the BFC allocation process for programs within the BFC housing and technical services. This goes back to the national housing strategy that we're doing. So we're working on that. Anticipate having a report ready for the chief's approval in January of this year, so we can submit it for the allocations for next year. So our priorities moving forward. The Off Reserve Program, first time ownership grant, construction of affordable housing units in Southern Alberta. On September 30th, we're meeting with Mr. Wilson and Minister Pond, Aboriginal Affairs Minister and Seniors in Housing. And we're talking on the table is going to be the Off Reserve Housing Program that was submitted by the BlackFoot Conference. So those are discussions. Also, we're taking a look at feasibility of constructing affordable housing units in Southern Alberta off the reserve for other individuals, whether it's education, affordable housing, elder, and so on. So these are things that we're taking a look at. We hope to have a viable submission quite quickly, hopefully before November. But we still have some discussions that we have to do. All these discussions will be addressed with the directors and the people involved in the We'd like to have the completion of the transfer of the technical services and funding done yesterday. I just had a meeting today. We're getting very close. They've agreed to this morning that they're going to transfer funding to do that planning and the implementation of these services to start beginning April 1st, but we will be getting some media assistance in circuit rider training and fire prevention. And we do take over acres April 1st of 2020. So there's a lot of planning that we have. As I indicated to you, the Regional Housing Authority, the policy, we're going to be that completed this year.
before it goes. There's continued work on the BFC asset and facility management, which includes training. So as I indicated, we have 2 individuals from each nation within the province. Well, now BlackFoot Confederacy is going to do a strictly BlackFoot Confederacy. So we're going to take 12 department heads from each confederacy, including Brownie, and we're going to host a conference here in November. So it's going to be pretty extensive because this has to kind of be en route to the acres review. Well, the acres program that we're going to take over first. We need to sign the agreement for the implementation of core allocations for the BFC region. As a lot of First Nations, ISC had an immediate needs funding formula, capacity development that was just allocated in the spring of this year. We're very upset that we only got half of what we're supposed to be getting. I want to use Bleds as an example. Bleds had requested 10 and they got 5. Siksika requested 10 and they got 5. I disagree with the allocation funding, and we're going to be addressing that with INAC. I did indicate that the letter will be forthcoming from the chiefs in regards to the allocation process. Priorities are based on a number of factors within Union Affairs. So I'll give you an example. First Nation has a 7.9 occupancy rate, when the national average is 2.4. There's something wrong here. There's an overcrowding issue. So we're going to address that. What we want to have in place is a government-to-government relationship that any allocations that come across Canada that BlackFoot Confederacy automatically receive that percentage, rather than going through an allocation process to the region, which Alberta does. We want to identify transitional housing concepts, including homelessness and women's shelters. Keeping in mind that a lot of First Nations have that discussion already. So we have to be very careful because we never want to impede on existing agreements or funding formulas that individuals have. So those are ongoing discussions, and believe me, even get our housing and public works directors or fire prevention guys together. It's pretty interesting discussions, and these are things that help me kind of guide forward on a lot of the issues that we're dealing with. Anyway, my mouth is getting pretty dry, so I'm pretty well done. Thank you very much.
One more round. We're way ahead of schedule because Kirby cut everybody off. We got 2 more to present, 2 more presentations, and I just wanted to ask the audience, do you want a break or do you want to keep going and wrap up early? All right, I see a couple of messages. Let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll finish it early still anyways. So, door prizes, we have some door prizes we're going to give away. What bids?
You know what I'm talking about, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Something like that. Something like that.
Oh, yeah. So if you plug directly into it. Yeah, you know, like see, I wanted this a lot closer. Yeah, my bike, yeah. But you guys can still kind of.
Oh yeah, we can hear it good. Just what they are. I told Clayton, you gotta tell them to keep them like, because then they start cutting out when they're like this.
Yeah.
He said he's been telling.
I made a test run yesterday.
Yeah.
Goes on now. I know the kinks are not, so I get.
They're gonna hear everybody's conversations. That's when that's one of them you can hear a real squeaky.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, a couple of days after I was really sore, I went to work and I twisted my knee really bad. It still really bothered me.
Because of that?
Well, yeah, but I was already kind of sore, but then I twisted.
It
snowed a few days later up there.
I knew that as soon as it started streaming the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I think like 3 days later, it snowed.
Yeah, I think we caught it right at that time.
Yeah.
You know,
It wasn't
too
hot.
It wasn't cold.
Yeah.
It was perfect. I got cloud over it.
Oh yeah, it's like a clear drive.
So I know I keep telling them to move the mic.
That's what I was telling you. You can hear them flying as long as they
Keep it, yeah,
keep the mic.
yeah.
Sitting into my life.
Have you tried to see if it's how the streaming is going? Or
It's
everything that you see is actually what's on the stream, eh?
yeah. Sounds a bit muffled, but I'm gonna try to fix that after. Like, if I
Okay.
start, try to take it now, if I lose the
Oh, yeah,
I
okay.
don't want to do that in the broadcaster. So I'll make sure it's better.
Sure. And anybody can see, it doesn't have to be just our tribal member. Anybody. can
Yeah,
see it.
there's
How many?
people off 11.
11 people. Well, I think they should have done a little more PR. It's like, you don't have to come, stay home. You don't have lots of room.
Oh, my main area is getting broadcast.
Yeah,
It's kind of
Oh yeah.
that was easy. Yeah, just try. I know Patty was on that side, so I told her move over here. But I think the PowerPoint was on, so you didn't even need to see Patty.
We can't see that. Is there a color on it?
Oh,
But you
okay.
can't film the other one because that posting.
Oh, yeah.
This is the only place I could
It'll be better to.
ideal place would be up there, but everyone can turn on the list. Somebody.
Some of those hotels, like even the Deerfoot, they got nice tall ceilings. That makes it easier. They don't have too many killers though.
Yeah.
These
Kind
are
of really confined area.
you said all pass out, no air.
Broken heart, John. Make sure you're filming. I guarantee you. My rodeo company, make sure you focus on that.
Still proud of his broken. Drive back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's cool. There's so many street division systems. That one's a good one.
Ask Jordy, because Jordy knows what you need for USA, whatever. Yeah, all of them.
So did you like my presentation? Did you see that? You know how to do that. Really, I used to hold.
Like the other day, I brought you.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And I go, you know, I've done a lot of stuff. All right, I love this. Yeah. No. Yeah, I said. Yeah.
Okay, anak minsan tayo, kaya ka tanaw. Ya kasi ta paya ko sa lagi mo ta kinsa ko muchi kita. We are ready to resume our services, and I know those chips really look nice, but the lineup is long. Grab them as fast as you can and come and sit down. We're ready to start. Oh, by the way, grab a plate. Okay, they have closed the doors. I guess we can start again. Thank you, James. It's okay. All right. We will continue with our report from the BlackFoot Conference. They're reporting on their activities for the first year of operations as a full-time administration office for the 4 nations of the BlackFoot Confederacy. And they cover various areas. And so what we're going through is some of the critical areas that they are providing for us and some of the needy and immediate needs of the communities. The Director of Health is Bonnie Healy. And Bonnie used to be the Director of the Alberta Indigenous Governance Center. But before getting into governance, Bonnie has been a nurse for over 30 years, working throughout North America. From New Mexico to the North Pole. No, not quite that far. But in the north, she had to fly into communities where First Nation communities required some of the services that she had to offer. And so that's kind of the experience that she has in order to administer the Department of Health at the BlackFoot Confederacy. Ogamo Bonnie Healy.
Okay, so I go again. I want to thank all of those who helped me to join the BlackFoot Confederacy team. I understand it took 3 tries, and I was brave enough to do the change, and it was necessary in my life. My previous role took me all over the world, and primarily away from home. So when my husband, Vidanamska, Friend Scout, told me in June, he said, you know, you've only slept here 12 nights. Oh, you're exaggerating. And I looked at my schedule, he wasn't. He would drive me to the airport on Sunday morning, and I wouldn't come home until Friday. I'd have 24 hours to turn around and do it all over again. Spent much of my year last year in Ottawa. So it's really good for us and to be home, and for me, it's about coming home. late Narcissus Flood said something that really resonated with me. And I turned 50 about 3 years ago, and I was listening to a video he had done. And he said, the next 50 years, I'm going to dedicate my life to becoming the Tip because the world took me away from home, so I want to come home. And so this past couple of weeks that I've been with the Blackfoot Confederacy has been good. The team is incredible. We're a small team, but very dedicated. I thought I was going to come to this team and, just work Monday to Friday and be close to home. But I haven't had a day off since I started, it feels like. I spent the day in Siksika at the Women's Empowerment Conference, and it was such a beautiful day. The women really want to do something to help their families to heal, and I think it starts with us as women. So I want to acknowledge the women in the room, the elders, the knowledge holders that are really trying to help us heal our families. And that's what health is all about. So a little bit about the work that I'm expected to do is one of them is closing the gaps in health outcomes between us as Blackfoot people and the Indigenous and the non-Indigenous communities, and improve our quality of life, selecting indicators on how we're going to measure that over time. One of the things that I've been advocating for the past 15 years with the help of the chiefs since I moved back from Vancouver, working in the downtown east side for a decade. I knew a lot of the women that went missing in the downtown east side when I worked down there as a nurse. And it saddens me to see today that the downtown east side has found its way into our nations, into our communities, into our families. And when the Bloods declared their opioid crisis a few years ago, they called me and asked me for my help. And I said, there's a lot of things we need in place, and unfortunately, I'm going to tell you bad news, because we're going to bury more before we see it change. And that's what happened. And it takes all of us to gang up on it, to help those families, help those that are victims. And that's what it's going to take for us to help us heal. But my uncle Wilton gave me some good teachings a few years ago. We were doing a video on the fentanyl crisis, and I said, do you think we'll ever see the end of this? And he said, yes. You see all those families that are in the ceremony? They're doing good. So we need to get that camp bigger. We need to get our camps bigger. And the late Pete Stanilow said something in a video, the Going to Sun video, that I've always thought about. He said he was young in that video, riding a motorcycle. But he said, when I'm an old man, all of this will be gone. And I'm happy to report that he died an old man last November. And that camp grew 3 times more than what it was when he was in that video. There were maybe 30 teepees up. And I know I'm not supposed to count, but I do every year. It's almost 96 to 98 teepees every year. So it's growing. I don't count the pop tents and the RVs because they don't count. You need a teepee. So if we're going to close the gap as Blackfoot people, we got a long way to go. We have the same life expectancy as individuals in Cambodia. Non-First Nations in Alberta have the same life expectancy as people in Sweden. So I told federal government at the AFN, Indigenous Services Canada and Fiscal Relations table, if you expect us to close the gap as nations, you better put the bill. Because it's going to take more than 10 years to close the gap. We've got to go from Cambodia to Sweden. And there's no way that you're going to be able to resource that. We worked with the chief economist in the Alberta Health, Ministry of Alberta Health. We calculated the cost of gap closure. It's $1.5 million per person. That's only in Alberta. And if they have different numbers, and they do have different numbers, I was in an article in June. Chief Crowchild pulled me at a chief's meeting in June and asked me what was the true number of the First Nations in this province. I quickly contacted my contact in the Ministry of Alberta Health. She gave me the number. It's 165,156 people. Stats Canada has us at 111,000. And Indigenous Services Canada has us at 89,000. Now that's been an issue, not having the right number. Because if we don't have the right number, we don't have the right funding formula. And I'm working with finance people, wizards, former financial ministers of Canada, and they can't come up with the right funding formula because they've never had the right data. So they have grossly underfunded us for decades. So gap closure is going to be complicated, but we can't do it ourselves. I'm really happy to report that my initial meetings with the health directors, Tyler White and Kevin, apologize for his last name, Helen, and I have not yet met Dustin yet. But what I'm seeing at the nations and what they're doing and the relationships that they're building and getting services provided into the communities is incredible. And I'll do whatever I can to support them, to get them the data, get them the funding, and to be able to continue to do the good work that they're doing because they are essentially improving the lives of our people. So in our priorities, as I said, the hiring of a health director took some time, but I accepted the position in March. And in the meantime, we had Kobe Royal helping us to finish and fulfill our role. So she's been contacting me, even I've been at the other job, and very regularly and bringing me into meetings and catching me up to speed. So it's been incredibly great. Her communication style has been very good, and everybody's already missing her. The Blackfoot Confederacy evaluated and made recommendations on how to improve health co-management, and also known as HCOM. I know we've committed to continuing, and where we go, I think, in the future and where HCOM goes is still something that we'll watch and observe. But we expect transformative change. We want to see benefit. We want to see our health change. We want appropriate dollars for our health services. We want funded, robust, sustainable primary care networks in our nations, rooted in our ways of knowing on who we are as Blackfoot people. We have the solutions for how to heal. Our ancestors have those solutions that they passed on to us. That's why we're still here. And I think the Blackfoot Confederacy also applied for some opioid dollars to assist the nations with the opioid crisis, and those dollars have moved out to the nations. And we'll continue to support in those ways and work together with the nations so that we, again, don't compete for funding. And we don't do things in siloed approaches. So we will do things together. Blackfoot Confederacy supported the engagement of the early childhood and childcare learning strategy. And this is where the population numbers were wrong. They funded Alberta for a population base of 89,000, and the true number is 165,000. I was pulled aside by one of the chiefs, and they asked me, what should I do? I said, go back and find the money. It's not your problem, it's theirs. You have the right numbers. You make them find the money. So we'll continue to advocate for that. Reporting to funders has been completed for 2018. Some of the priorities that I've done so far, as I said, met with the health directors, attended some meetings on the health symposium. We'll make sure that the communities are leading what this health symposium focus will be about. We have a posting out for a community liaison. We're hoping to interview next week. So we've had a great response to applications, and we also have a few other positions that we'll be posting in the health department as well. We need to do some more community engagement with the youth and the elders. I've attended, will be attending on Monday the protocol agreement and the signing, and review with the health directors the priorities that are set out. So one of the things that the health directors asked me to do, because one of our things is to look at the gaps in the health data. So we have to work with each nation on how we're going to do that. How are we going to apply for the data? How are we going to make sure it's cleaned and reflective of what our population group is? And we're not asking for the member or nations to share their membership list, but they should really do a citizenship code. Who's living in the nations and getting services? And this changes so fast because our people migrate back and forth between, moving into the towns and the cities. back home so quick. So it's a hard thing to capture, but it has to be done. It's necessary because funding is based on this number. But it's also important that we own the data. And I've been fairly good at really getting federal and provincial government to recognize that we are the rightful owners of our information and we'll tell our own stories. And so I will work with the nations to get their own data. One of the things that I had done under former Chief Weaselhead's request was to get the data from the province and federal government and give it to the Blood Tribe. And I did that. So they're waiting for their second request for another data request. And Tyler has done some incredible work. He's got a data sharing agreement with Alberta Health. He's already done a lot of that work and gets data quickly back to the nations. But everything that you do to set priorities is not just about Western data, because Western systems believe that our bad outcomes are poor, rates, our high rates of diabetes, suicide, and addictions and mental health is because we make bad choices in life. And that's not what it's about. And that's what I'm trying to teach them. It's about many things. There's many complicated things that have brought us to where we are today. And it's about the interruption that they had on us from our way of life. Our way of life was perfect, and it sustained us, and we were healthy. I think Chief Greer tells a funny story that there was a movie being done in Browning, and these men were jumping on horseback, the way we see these races going nowadays. They're kind of like Cirque du Soleil, one jump on the horse. And anyways, these men were jumping on horses and running down this hill full speed, bareback. And the movie directors were shocked. They were 75-year-old Blackfoot men. They just wanted to be in the movie. The young guys thought they were crazy. So we want to get you back to jumping on that horse again. Lean and sinewy looking, so as we were described. So I just want to say I'm up for the challenge. I think I can navigate through the systems fairly well, and definitely, maybe I'll jump on a horse one day. But just coming back to who we are as Blackfoot people, and I'm committed to learning the language because I believe what Dr. Leroy Littlebear says. He says, the quickest way to self-determination is knowing the language. And he's right. You don't think Black, or you don't speak Blackfoot, you don't think Blackfoot. And he's right there too. If we're going to measure our gap, the gap we're interested in is not the one Canada's interested in. The gap we want to close is how far are we away from the life that our Creator intended for us to live. How are we going to measure that? And we have to measure it in our way, in our language, and in our understanding. So if the language is getting lost, then we need to all really do our thing with our children and our family system to make sure that it doesn't. And I think there was an article in the Herald today that it was on the endangered list, and I don't want to see that. I have a funny story. Late Helen Manyfingers, when I was in Laverne, starting school at 4 years of age. And my mom told her, bring her to Laverne School so she can teach those kids how to speak English. Anyways, we're going up the road, and all of the ones from Laverne, they're really fluent in Blackfoot, and it got to me because they're saying their name in Blackfoot and that they speak Blackfoot. Got to me and I said my name and I said, I speak Whitefoot. Why don't I speak Whitefoot anymore? I speak Blackfoot. A few of the, this is Kimmy's slide. So some of the priorities that Tyler wanted me to make sure that I emphasize is that we have a really strong communications plan. We do the health data and the profiles, treaty-based funding arrangements, and make sure the relationship with the feds and the provincial government is strong. Relationships with Blackfoot Confederacy and with the other First Nations continue. Clarify the role of Blackfoot Confederacy and address the long-term healthcare needs and mental health, build capacity in the nations, do the peer support with the youth, look for capital and infrastructure, some of the traditional healing, address the non-insured health benefit. It's critical that we address it. It's inadequate. Emergency services, emergency planning, and the prevention strategy. And he also wants us to bring back the sports and recreation, so getting on that course. Addressing the crisis response, and some scholarships and mentorship. So all really good recommendations from Tyler, and he's sorry he couldn't make it here with us today, but I will continue to ensure that that communication channel is open always. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Yeah, that's what it's. And I guess that's one of the messages that you're getting is language is important. And you can have the gift of also learning the other language, and that you have two languages. We have one more speaker, and then we'll do some, what do you call it, door prizes. Gum debates. Great. So the other thing that's going to be important is as you begin to understand, the Confederacy is involved in several areas that the nations have identified. And one of the things that we've done over the last few years in the old government of the Alberta government called the New Democratic Party. And they moved into some other areas there that they had tried to look at green energy or climate change and do something like that. Our next speaker, in some of those areas there. This she comes from and Richard and Maple Fox, Harry and Agnes Shade. So it's a theme in Nordics. But at the same time, I'd like to acknowledge some of our elders in our presence here. Right away, Norbert Fox, Leroy Heavyrunner, Nisa, Charlie Croce, he's a cool topics. There's several of these that I can identify. But it's one of those kind of things where these are the people that brought you up. It's in the community that you learn some of your history. And so that's why it's always important to kind of and that's how they get to know you. So, Kimmy Shane, this is the Alberta government to help First Nations get involved in alternative energies and look at how we can get into some of the wind and solar resources that are in our community, but also at the community level, how we can change one light bulb. One Indian to change one light bulb. But this was the kind of things that, is sometimes there's external forces that have agendas. And, we've always said it, the sun is up there with us all the time, the wind is always blowing in So Kimmy was really active in trying to get the communities involved in it. She was the Southern Alberta coordinator for climate change, and now she is going to report to us in the area of environment and lands.
Thank you, Casey. I just want to say thank you to the elders yesterday and all the kids that were there, and especially to Mike Oka. He really directed the young boys that were leading the ceremony and painting the rocks. My son's pretty shy, and when Mike said, "Don't be shy, just get your hands dirty and get in there." So he really felt good and really felt a part of the process. So I really want to thank everybody for that ceremony. It was really meaningful. hopefully we'll have more people next year. Some people posted some pictures on social media and were saying, oh, is it, was it only a select few that could go? And I was like, no, it's for all of us. Bring your kids and bring your grandparents and as many people as you possibly can. So I'm not a fluent Blackfoot speaker. English is my first language, like Bonnie. I speak Whitefoot, I guess. Blackfoot native is Agate Amadaki. And thank you for mentioning my parents and my grandparents. My dad's named Jade and my mom's Deanna. And I grew up in Bullhorn, and that picture there is, where's Dustin? Is he in the crowd? He's in the other room. Okay, well, good. He's good. That's a picture that we took out at the Kiva Summit when we partnered with Blood Tribe Lands and the Kainai Ecosystem Protection Agency in June. So it's a really nice picture. It's on the most southern edge of the Blood Tribe there, Bullhorn area, and it's a picture of Chief Mountain and Doug Singer's horses running wild. I don't know if the livestock bylaw needs to get in touch with him. He takes good care of his Sister Tia, before we started, my vertigo came back. I got it about 2 years ago, and last Saturday it came back. And so I was like, if I start looking at everybody sideways, everybody turn your head with me. Or if you still want to hear me, but yeah, it's a pain in the butt. So I get a little woozy at times. The other picture we have there is another partnership or workshop we did with Siksika. So we partnered with Siksika Health and Lands on a workshop to do greenhouses, talk about greenhouses and traditional plants. So we had that last month, and it was really well attended by the community. So we want to do more of those partnerships and workshops that focus on each community's needs. Our strategic priority in the strategic plan that was approved, Jack mentioned it earlier, the strategic priority when it comes to environments and lands is to protect, sustain the development of lands and natural resources while incorporating traditional Blackfoot knowledge. So how we've kind of broken that down is we've gotten the nations together. We started kind of in November and had quite a few meetings with all of the lands people, environment folks, consultation folks from each of the nations, and developed a Blackfoot Confederacy land and environment framework. And really what it is, I'll try to bring a big visual of it tomorrow. It's a lot of joint priorities and based on our values and our systems. So we have 6 different working groups, and then we have terms of reference that guide each of those working groups, because we know everybody is so busy, and we're trying to, everything and anything we do, enhance what your nation's already working on. So we don't want to waste anyone's time, so we really make it clear what your role and responsibilities are on these various working groups, what we're going to focus on in terms of joint priorities with all the nations, and then we kind of run it through the various approvals. So we've got the blessing of our senior technicians, which is Jack and Annabelle and Byron and Lorena, like Master for Six and Jim. Oh yes, sorry, Jim. One of our main senior techs. But just make sure we're on the right track, especially when it comes to land and environment. There's a lot of litigation going on when it comes to our natural resources. So we want to make sure that we're not infringing or impeding anything that's before the courts or any legal positions that we have. So we're pretty careful in that regard. So the 6 working groups we've developed is a land use planning working group. We're focusing on, there's a lot of issues. I'm looking at Chloanne and the other lands folks here. Matrimonial real property, trespassing, just conflicting uses of lands that are adjacent to each other, comprehensive community development plans, all kinds of things. So we're really trying to figure out, okay, what's our best plan of attack when it comes to all these issues. We talked about emergency management, so flood, drought, and fire, and how we're making our nations more resilient to some of those areas and some of those issues. So we have a Blackfoot territory working group, and Chief Stan Greer, I like how he said, not to call it traditional territory, but it is our territory, and we are trying to get out there more. We talked about the sacred site tour that we did last month to a few places in Montana. We want to work with each nation on further visiting more sites and documenting some of the priorities for our territory working group. Is a website, the map that was mentioned earlier. I think we're at our second draft. Fire's still in the room. He's helping us in all the text. Mike and Richard Wright and Ira Provost on developing maps. And Ira also has a really good database, so we're trying to see if that's something that we'll use with all the nations in terms of capturing our traditional knowledge data, protecting it, and making sure the intellectual property is safe and that we're not at risk or anything like that for any kind of infringements on any of our areas. The other working group we have is Water, or E working group. There's a lot of reports that the nations have completed. All of the nations within the Confederacy have completed water needs assessments. So that's understanding your existing and future water needs. Most of the nations have completed source water protection plans. So there's a lot of really good reports out there, but I think it's implementing and bringing them together to see what are our strengths when it comes to water. We're all physically located within the South Saskatchewan River Basin, where it's a closed basin. There's a lot of challenges, a lot of irrigation, a lot of food production, so a lot of livestock operations, a lot of agriculture. So it's a lot of stress on that water resource. Water really is gold. It's such a valuable resource, and protecting it really does come naturally to all of us. Like everything in this environment and land kind of framework or inventory of issues that we've created really speaks to everyone's heart. It comes very naturally to all of us, and really trying to ensure the coordination, communication, and integration where we can have that. So some of those are overarching principles we talked about, ensuring like youth and that cross intergenerational teachings, land-based teachings. Those are the most valuable, and we've seen that in a lot of the workshops that we've kind of helped partner on delivering. That's, people remember the most when they're actually outside, out and about and doing things. The other working group we have, kind of climate change or climate adaptation. That one we're focusing more on greenhouses, food sovereignty. So we mentioned that as a priority. So that was the video that we're hoping to show during the lunch, but it just wouldn't play for us, unfortunately. We'll upload it onto our website, and we could probably email you the clip. It's not a very long video. But on that, we partnered with Siksika Health and Siksika Lands, and it's a climate battery, or earth battery is the technology that they use to heat and cool that greenhouse. And it's half greenhouse and half is for the chickens. So it's on Eduardo Sanchez Meji's land in Siksika. So he's a local entrepreneur who's really doing a lot of environmental work. And so we thought it's good to partner with young individuals who really want to do good things within their nation. So he's a young entrepreneur, and we're really trying to support him and encourage other areas of each of the nations to use perhaps that technology. The grand opening for it will be September 30th, I believe. So we're hoping to harvest a buffalo there as well. We did that at the Keepa Summit, and that was really educational. All the elders were involved, and the youth and the kids. And William Singer does a really nice visual of all the different, in Blackfoot, all the different pieces and body parts of the buffalo. So that's been a really good opportunity to learn. The other working group we have is Ag. My dad, Hank, and on the panel, Makima, is going to speak on it as well. The Ag working group. So we started an Ag working group in the fall as well, I think September, October. And we did a bit of an Ag tour, visited each one of the nations, the strengths of each nation, and they'll go into it, like I said, tomorrow. But it's really phenomenal just getting out on the land and seeing the strength and actually touring Like we did a tour of BTAC. It was really eye-opening, seeing the actual worker, the production, the forage processing plant, and just kind of getting in there. We didn't get to bale anything, but but we had fun. We were trying to put someone in that wrapping. They wrap the bales really tight with that cellophane. It's an amazing, and the things that they've done there, the technology they're using, the incentive pay to get more production. So there's just a lot of good things. And then we were in Amsgathi Bigari. They talked about their multi-species meat processing plant, their water compact. They've got one of the largest water allocations amongst all of the Blackfoot nations. I think it's 785,000 acre feet of water. That's a lot of water. I think our largest allocation in Alberta, Bigari and Siksika, have about 35,000 acre feet respectively. So when we look at it from that perspective, it's a lot of water. So there's a lot of opportunity. It's a huge strength when it comes to our water working group and ag. You don't have ag if you don't have water. The other working group we have, energy efficiency, trying to focus on developing templates. We developed a template for a community energy plan for nations. They could use it if they like. Clayton was kind of part of putting that template together, and a couple other folks we've had, like Vanessa. She's a Catalyst 2020 graduate, and we've got a lot of capacity. Like I think Jack's mentioned that, everyone that's presented has mentioned that the capacity we have within each of the nations, the knowledge, and we're just the connectors of that. I mean, that's how we see our roles, and trying to help where we can. What other? Oh, on the renewable energy stuff. So as it was mentioned, like the NDPs, they had the carbon tax. There's no more carbon tax. There's no more grants associated. We got a lot of grants from the NDP for energy audits and solar panels. Not so much community energy plans. That was going to be the next step, but we want to keep that momentum going. It makes sense. We've got lots of sun. We've got lots of wind. We're exploring, kind of semi-geothermal things like with greenhouses and how to just use natural energy. A couple, Marsha, she works for Lands, had a really good analogy about Blackfoot energy cycles, and I know a lot of elders have talked about our own energy cycles. So we're hoping to do a renewable energy community type workshop either in the fall or maybe early winter. What else? I think that's it. Oh, the other thing, we want to do a community energy incubator, community scale type incubators. So we've done some primarily like scale microgrid. We kind of scale it to the size of a certain building. But say if 5 buildings want to pull together and all get a solar farm or something, 5 community buildings. So we want to look at feasibility around that and potentially some workshops to see if that's what some communities want to work towards. At a community, and the focus again is saving money, community scale, utility scale stuff is something that Clayton and respective leaders, the resource developers that we have for our respective nations kind of look after. So again, as I mentioned about the grants and whatnot, we're still looking for funding. We recently applied for the SIA impact assessment funding to have some workshops and to get more coordinated. We don't want to be at odds. We've got a lot of different issues at hand when it comes to resource development. So we definitely want to be working together. So we're hoping we get approved for that one. We'll find out hopefully in the next month or so. We want to also look for additional funding to create a Blackfoot Environmental Guardian Network, creating different modules that would, as a foundation that we could kind of all agree on. Each nation could then tailor them to their specific needs, but some of the areas like monitoring, climate change, certain species that are at risk. So there could be different modules for the different areas that we want to focus on. I know I'm going to say this right. Amy? I say it right? Amy?
We've been working, Terry Dolls here with the initiative from the BlackFoot Nation. We had a meeting in July with Leroy and Elliot and a few other folks. And at the heart of it, we talked about Buffalo, how with all our different areas, education, protocol, health, environment, conservation, housing, just every area that we have, how we're utilizing the teachings from the Buffalo and how we're always, keeping that at the forefront. So we're trying to do more on that. So we're hoping to get a gathering together, maybe November-ish, we'll see. We'll keep you all posted. And then water management tools, I kind of went on that a bit more, but we're hoping to develop more tools that assist the nations. Like we said, we've got a ton of reports, but it's how are we utilizing those reports to each of our nation's advantage. And land use planning, going back to the climate change stuff, and land use planning, how are we making our communities more resilient to flood, drought, and fire. Mental health, how land use planning relates to mental health and kind of the stresses as we encounter all of these increasingly frequent severe climate type activities, community pride and cultural retention, language. The other thing we wanted to do was the environmental features naming project as well. So I'm kind of hoping to partner with Genevieve on the language stuff, just to make sure that we've got the names documented, and it's fine if they're slightly different amongst all the different nations. That the intent is not for us to all have one name for certain areas, but we really want to highlight and teach everyone, teach all our kids about these different names and the Blackfoot names and the stories associated with them. And these are a couple pictures. When I talked about water management and tools, so that bottom picture with the water flowing there, that's Helen Auger and Melissa Weatherwax took me out to behind, so the Blackfeet College purchased some land behind the college there to the east, and they have simulated, they've noticed a lot of beavers have gone. They're not in certain areas where they used to be. So they have a beaver project, and they're simulating beaver dams in different areas and trying to use as much natural material as possible, but that they're seeing the improvements in the riparian and to the different species that inhabit those areas. So really positive work that's happening in all the different areas. They've got kind of a renewable energy park too, so they've got a little bit of everything. They've got a greenhouse that has a rain catchment, and then it's kind of turning it into hydro. And they've got their solar panels, and then they've got a little wind turbine happening there. So it's a really good educational tool. I see Jim shrugging his shoulders. You have it open. We'll put you on a window. Yeah, there's really good stuff happening within our nations on renewable. Even at an individual, looking at Aileen and the stuff she's done for her house on solar panels and lots of energy efficient options. On each of our nations at an individual level, some folks are doing good things. Recycling facilities, we talked about that. There are none on none of our nations. We have the green bins, but no actual facilities. That could potentially be maybe an ECDEV opportunity down the road. What's that? Do you guys process? Oh, sorry. Tia they have a bottle depot. Oh, and she recycles cardboard. Okay. Okay, well, that's good. Okay. Kirby, she needs money. Okay, we'll learn. We'll send everyone to you, all the recycling. All the bottles. Okay, so yeah, that's what we're trying to, those are just some of the things we're working on. That top picture there to the right is from, it's not the greatest picture, but it's from the Bighorn medicine wheel. And the other picture to the left is the Heartview Mountain. So Jim took us out there and we got to tour the whole nation. It's huge. Other things we're trying to do is just increase signage. So at Nose Hill, we talked about getting like some nice signage for some of these sites that we have, explaining what it is and ensure that there's no vandals, doing things that they shouldn't be doing, and do a bit of a storyboard. Jack's brought that up many times. Like recently, I think it was just last week, Lethbridge declared Oki as their official greeting. And there's a big sign outside the Gulf now that says Oki, and a lot of people are, going and taking their picture in front of it. So it's increasing awareness, through that, which is great. And my last slide. Going back to the landmark ceremony yesterday. So from all of us, I guess, at the Blackfoot Confederacy, in memory of Andy Blackwater, our elder, who advocated for the Blackfoot Confederacy to come together united. A landmark is a way of reconnecting with the land, a place we can revisit and make offerings in recognition of our special kinship to the land and the environment. So that was explained. Annabelle Crawford-Wills and Wilton Fitzgerald did a really good presentation at last year's Blackfoot Confederacy Conference in regards to the logo and what it means and the significance of it and how it reinforces our kinship to the land. And it also gives notice to others, that this is Blackfoot territory. So very important. There's an aerial view. These pictures are turned. That's a nice picture of Andy. That's by the Nose Hill one. There's kind of an aerial shot of the Nose Hill. But I'll turn it over to Jack. Did you want, or who? Okay, I thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to thank all of the staff for giving the information that they provide. I know it's a lot of information. There's more information. There's lots of good work happening. And as you can see, we have a lot of good people that know what they're doing. I'm very proud and honored that we're all states that are doing the work. Lots of states not be great, that are working here, not that we don't, maybe do some joint efforts with them, but we're all states that be doing that. We have one half, 6 happy one, but that's about it. So I want to just acknowledge that. We have lots of capacity. Oh, well. Oh, Brother Floyd. So I want to acknowledge that. That's something to be proud of. We've got a lot of capacity, a lot of experience and education, and people that are good at what they do. And I also want to acknowledge our staff. Some of them are sitting here that aren't up here. Nick, I mentioned earlier, is our office manager. Ethel's kind of our administrator, keeps all of us in line at the office. I think we can all agree on that. So they work hard behind the scenes. And Kobe, thank you for overseeing health until Bonnie got here. Lots of work. She was hired by the directors and wanted to make sure there was no conflict there. And I know, as Bonnie mentioned, they missed her already, but I know they're in good hands with Bonnie. So thank you. We have Everett Jerry in the back, who does some term work under the protocol that is very knowledgeable. His background is political science. So as you can see, there's quite a diverse background of people, all Black, so that's something to be proud of. So maybe we could give them a round of applause. I was told to mention that some of the pictures aren't showing up, and that's acting crazy because of the changing the computers or something. They won't understand that. Changing the computer. Okay, and I wanted to also just mention that we're still building. There was a picture here. I don't know. We had a picture of a TV. I don't know if you could pull it up here. There was just some question Q&A. We wanted to end off with that we're still building. That there's a lot of more work to be done. We've got the TP up, or the poles up for our Blackfoot skates that we have systems. We still need to furnish that TP with a lot of programs and services
and resources. And we still need to ground that TP. We still need to build a strong foundation. And so I thought this was appropriate so that we can use that analogy that we're not there yet. There's still a lot of work, and I know there's some things maybe we didn't touch on. We'll get there. There's a lot of priorities. Everything's a priority. However, we have to take it in bite-sized pieces so we can get it done in a good way. And I wanted to also mention that what you heard today, we tried to tie it back again to what So all you told us 4 years ago and where we are now, we've come a long ways. 4 years ago, there was no confederacy office, no entity, no plans, no strategic plans, no policies, no resources, no staff. There was nothing. And just because of the will of the people, we've been able in 4 years to come a long way. However, having said that, there's still a lot of work. And we're very fortunate that we get to work with the chiefs. We all know that, and the counselors. You know, every time I feel privileged when we meet with them. When they're meeting in a room, you can feel it, and we all learn from that. A lot of knowledge there, and they all bring something to the table. So we're very fortunate to have them there to guide us and to learn from them. And they're also telling us what their priorities are. So we're doing the strategic plan, and we're dealing with the community's priorities, and we're trying to balance those. So there's lots more work to be done. We're not halfway there yet. Each year we want to continue to report on where we're at. That plan is a 5-year plan, so we're kind of in year 1. So there's things that we need to accomplish. Again, that's how you're going to measure us. That's how you're going to find out how we're doing. And that's our report card back to you. I hope you got that information, and I hope you understood. You've seen all of the work that's been done. I know there's probably questions. If you don't want to ask them here, you can always pull one of us aside, any one of us. Other than that, I'm even willing to open it to a few questions if Clayton will allow us. Yes, so if there's any questions, I'd be happy, or we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. There's no silly questions. There's no bad questions. Jim can't ask a question. So Jim just wants the mic, I know it. He's just itching to get the mic. Is there any questions? Yeah.
Other companies are responsible for ensuring that outside is picking up and getting all that to state. Within our own communities, and I guess I'm wondering where this comes into. As we go and have homes and we move on, or we build our own homes, as the everyone's at our, how do you maintain the homes that are no longer in use? We have homes in today that are unbound and no longer in use. They have a lot of job activity in there. So in order to eliminate that, we have responsibility and most homes.
Obviously we're trying to get that mic on so everybody can hear. It was a little hard to hear up here, but I think I got the gist of what you're asking. Relating to some of the homes on the reserve, and we're talking about a strong foundation and a strong base with all of the buildings. And how do we reclaim some of those buildings that are no longer being used for whatever purposes, whether it's social issues, economic issues, or whatever. And I don't want to answer for the First Nations, but I will say this, that I think the Confederacy, what we've recognized is there's a strength when we come together. There's a strength in numbers. And a lot of us in each community are doing good things in various areas. Some are further ahead, some are still learning, but it's across the board. Doesn't matter which area. Some are doing some really good things where you can learn from the other. And so what we're trying to do is facilitate those discussions and support those discussions so that we can learn from each other and continue to build our systems based on some of these best practices that are happening, not only on this side of the border, but on the other side of the border. And there's a lot of creative things that are happening. I can remember a while back, for example, a good example is Heartbeat. Before they tore down the old school, they used it as a homeless shelter for people that the school was no longer in use. So they had a treatment center, 72-hour, I guess if you had nowhere to go, you can go sleep there. And if you were sober for 72 hours, then you qualified from, and those are those old BIA buildings in Brown. And if you, they were like flop houses, but if you were sober or clean for 72 hours, then you qualified to go for counseling off the tribe for 30 days. And so when you got back, and I thought it was a good idea, they put you in this, like a cooperative housing, but they used the old school. And it was the people that were in the school that were kind of the landlords or the board that determined whether you stayed or whether they evicted you. But everybody had a role in that school. You had to be looking for a job, you had to be going to school, and you had to contribute to the livelihood of the building. So maybe the maintenance, maybe the security, maybe the food preparation or whatever. And they had built a greenhouse out of old houses, material, windows and stuff. And they were growing their own food. I always thought that was a good idea because one of the things that we recognize is that a lot of these people that we take out of the community to go for counseling, we put them right back into that environment where this all stemmed from. And until that environment changes, they've probably lost their percentage by 50% of recovery by putting them back. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I guess what we're doing is we're trying to share those kind of stories with all the other tribes that maybe haven't heard these stories and say, well, what did they do? These aren't, well, all of our challenges are the same, and they're not unique, and we're all Blackfoot people, and we're all trying to conquer them in the Blackfoot way. So all we're doing is facilitating that, and housing is one of the our buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was on. It was on.
We got I think these nothing that we smart see for the opioids and the message and the stuff on the It's not so much of a question, but it's just that this is about housing and nothing. I had a young fella come talk to me over the weekend. He got see where his windows and there's just lots of things were mentioned here, doors and he asked me, "Can you help me fix these windows?" And I listened to him for the longest time, and but it's sad that being a young gentleman in high school, but doesn't really know the process of how the administration works. So just put some advice that maybe he should go and talk with him. First of all, talk with the school counselor. And one of his concerns is that I guess there's times he's afraid to go home because he might find his parents. dead on the floor because of an overdose. So, you know, I guess it's just a reminder to all of us who stood up, who took skull for, and elected leaders, chief counsel, administrators, managers. You know, at some point in time, I think we're at a crisis. And the young lady there, Bonnie, I think that's her name, she made a lot of good points, and I'm, you know, you don't pick up even though that's what you want now, you're not just looking, I can do money down. That's what you down. And, you know, I'm glad to see that there's some very smart people, you young people, and I encourage. But it's, you know, for me as a counselor sitting in housing, when I have a youth come talk to me of his concerns and stating that he doesn't want to walk into a home finding his dead because of opiates. That's up here. I don't have the answer for it. I'm not a psychologist. But we have professionals here that can share with us some issues. And I encourage you all. It's a very, it touched me. You know, I don't know. You don't know. No such okay, I thought we look at the guys. But you know, that's just a little encouragement that one of the things that I had encountered with one of our locals there. I don't know how to put it like that, you know, just a little encouragement to everybody. Start out.
Just, we got another question over here. Anna here, Mr. Bookstars. Jerry Spring. Yeah, I think just to add to that, thank you. The chiefs have identified the opioids crisis as one of their top, if not the top priority. And they've actually talked about strategies and ways that because it affects everything. It affects the home, it affects their jobs, their school, their family, everything. And it's an epidemic. And you know, we've got a lot of stats on it. And Bonnie's itching to give you some stats right now. But giga. So it is an epidemic, and we have to be honest about it. And they've recognized that. And just some of the suggestions or some of the work that's come about as a result of those discussions, we've received some opioid strategy grants. Ghana has a pretty comprehensive one that we've met on. Siksika also, and Bigani is working with them at the director's level to combine all of that, because there's three aspects that they're looking at. It's like pre-treatment, treatment, and post-treatment. So, you know, for example, Siksika might do the pre-treatment. They might do the training and the preparation and, you know, initial implementation of those strategies. And then maybe Bigani would do the actual, they'd have a treatment center. And then Ghana, for example, might have the post-care, aftercare, whatever that may look like. And one of the things that they also identified is these people that are distributing these things, you know, they're moving from reserve to reserve, even across the line. So they leave from Siksika, they go to Ghana, or Ghana to Bigani, or vice versa, or whatever. So they're combining all of the strategies that deal with this thing because it's such an epidemic. So just some information. On it here. Go. Oh, okay. Jerry.
I just want to go back to your opening statements on how the BlackFoot Confederacy came into being. It goes back quite a few years. And today, you people are working up there. You're doing a wonderful job in giving
BlackFoot Confederacy on the road. But I'd like to mention the number one man that started the BlackFoot Confederacy was the late Don Yellowfly from 65. I don't know, I think most of you know him. He called a meeting one time and he said, I have no money to offer you. Would you guys come to Siksika? I'd like to sit down and have a meeting with you. The reason I'm saying this, it's history that's come into reality. And the BlackFoot Confederacy is going to be the strongest organization going when it's fully settled. And what happened was after the Indian Association of Alberta folded, Donnie Yellowfly picked it up with Andy Blackwater. And he called me and what's his name from Browning? You stand up. No. Stand up. Yeah. He was one of the founders from Browning. And then Junior Vale from Browning worked with us on that. There was Andy Blackwater. There was John Chiefmoon, Donnie Yellowfly, myself, my wife, and Eve, yellow old woman from Siksika. We were meeting much lunch been done. That's what come booking on it. The master. Siksika. Chita so can I just call it not down Yellowfly. Get Koyo, can they go to Tama? That's the me so can I make a start off the note and keep to work up. What did the ship that would stick in my neck to the books? We went on our own and we met and we kept inviting the chiefs at that time to come and meet with us. Finally, we got Siksika, their chief came, Glenda and Pete Cunny. They came. We talked to them about it. We told them we need somebody to represent us when we're dealing with the government. Nog niet en dat is zo dat ik nog snap. Ik ga fucking nog keer ook experiment. Nog het daar een boy die keer naar down Yellowfly. Ik ga fucking. I'm some books. Ik dacht nog naar niks zeggen. Ik zei, hoe gaat dat beetje mensen zeggen? Als je naar goed is zo pak, dan zeg ik, I just wanted to go back and give you a little bit of how the BlackFoot Confederacy started. And once we got the chiefs going on that, it caught fire. So I think we, in our own way, just don't know. It's great stuff. Ako kasi Don Yellowfly, Andy Blackwater. They're not with us anymore. But I'll bet you if they were around today, they'd be happy to see what's going on with BlackFoot Confederacy. But I have to, Hugh Crow-Eagle was another guy. He's gone too. But I have to tell you one thing. I've been following the BlackFoot Confederacy last year or two. And the thing that really hits me today, I'm access to my napi. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Today we have our own people running the business and things are happening. How come That's one more. As much as you can, support them all you can. But that's what we need just to launch. Nobody bother gets step up or what to go keep if we continue this. That's all I want to bring out.
So you got to see something now, and so those are good words to hear. While we're getting to the other person here, there was also Clement. What's that? This old resolution. Students to me, I'm stopping against someone about 50 years ago. And it's in them, that they were part of the BlackFoot Confederacy. And there's a lot of things. Stoisopo. I go to Abinako, Stoisopo. I guess the money. So even lots of things over the years have to get to where we are. Well, thank you. And okay, it's all good. You can actually it's going to go beat on this. So we thought we need to not to the bumble of Senor Connections. We got so God, you want to go see your see. It's a poor. I don't think that you don't see what I eat one house to see. Just to ask, I want to get them. I want to keep it with the. That is the part. That boy, teach the quick in no banners stuck quick. A bait that you on scarp. So, folks, that you not don't in there. And then I look in a boots, start again, teach the quick. I'm a hard, it's so man. Let's say what's so bad. We were given the mandate to monitor all the environment for our land. I don't know if you stand on a page that you stuck to. You stood on the streets, gas and no need to. One of the dogs, what's the gas? Mostly we stuck to good. And you stuck in now. Streets, sky, I'm not saying, what's the just no dogs in you. We store in our people, we start to keep this view. The food to our actually stuff on more big thing, and no dogs in you. Just say, give me one for you and stuff. You know, we store away on the sticker and stuff, and then you just sit up here and no dogs in you. He said, he got hooked up here. Gina T, what don't you keep the power? The Neo, he needs oil, much cheap capissa. How much cheap capissa is soft in me? Oh, it's the space here, so you found. Stomach is still me up to police. Okay, we still are. Kaki, when you can hear it. What dog here? How much cheap capissa? That's some people who are me, of course, they're going to matter. I got stream magics. ABC. Paka puccini a hockey, which let me got see. And then one day needs a team of gas for you, one book. One stand to see, not be quite see no dogs. Take off me. Pako just see, unmistakable. He's still on the way, the dog is a boat. 이스턴노나 이스트스트비오 양츠모이시나니 이스턴노 지야 이스턴노 작곡니까비야 그러니까 스포츠업지 이스턴노나 ako spomagan ispomo so si koko sinuni ji ako kito man isita kahit dia just sa pisaw iso ano ka isip spoma an
Roger Perry. Ano si sa pitapi ating yung sikawa kaya sabi kita nakakasan daw ka kaya natin apa ang staw rainbow tree orchid mata sa gagi ato sa piyosa o kasi sa pitapi yung ayaw na katupat kahit sino o Daka kasi po ang saan ang fentanyl. Dahil sumapo si the BlackFoot Department of Health for about 11 years now. I'm the crisis coordinator. And I'll give you an example. For the fiscal year of April 2018, March 2019. Just on my records of the DOAs, we had approximately 118 DOAs on the reserve. 85% of them were prescription alcohol related DOAs. And I'm sinabi ko exactly, much of those in our stats, the provincial government and all that, it's with the wants. And they don't want to share the stats with us. My recommendation is that we as people take control of ourselves. I think it's what's that makes you not be present. The BlackFoot Confederacy, if we look at our people as a whole, we could be bounties. As an example, economically, the Blood Reserve has one of the biggest, land bases, farming. How come we don't control the wheat board, our own wheat board? There are so many ideas here, but my concern is for our people. I just want to share this with you guys. Right now, as of today, we've had 9 overdoses this month. It's significantly down from 42 for the month of August. 9 overdoses to 42. That's reality. Each and every one of you guys have a family member that's affected by overdoses. You cannot just trust you're not. We have 28 adults at our treatment center right now. And we have a waiting list of usually up to 92. 92 people are waiting to get in there. It just shows you how tough it is up there. And at the same time, we have 2 youths that are in there, ages 15 and 14 down, they're taking on opiates. And we're only funded for 6 months. So think about it. These are concerns from a grassroots person. As a grandfather, I live on the reserve. I see this firsthand. You got to.
Okay. I want to thank the Roger for your concerns about the opioid crisis that we're all living in, and I didn't get your name, but your mentions is the concerns that the youth have of facing reality of Bradford expecting to come home to their parents not surviving. I want to give you some hope, because there's hope. I worked downtown East Side for a long time. My clients were mostly coming out of child welfare. They had no idea who they were as Indigenous people. They didn't know their language, they didn't know their families, they didn't know where they came from. So we have to spend the time to teach our young ones who they are and instill that pride in who they are. My parents did that for me, my grandparents did that for me. I know my ancestors back on all four, and I know their story. And as I come to these meetings, I learn more. I met my Big Snake family from my grandfather, Frank Redcrow. I learned today that I had Yellow Wings family, the Snakes family, from Holy Bear Woman. We're survivors. Holy Bear Woman shouldn't have survived that massacre. Neither should have Joe Healy. And I want to change my name because why am I paying homage to a colonizer? My last name is Wolf Moccasin, and that's what it should be. And it's our ancestors that make us strong. And I had one individual in the downtown East Side, and he was a heroin addict for 40 years. And one day he showed up on my van and he was clean, almost 2 months. He was a carver. He did the jewelry and stuff, and the BC art. I told him, what made you clean up? You know, like, just, I'm curious. He said, one time I had no place to stay and I was sleeping under that bridge on Franklin Street. He said, this great big bright light came on me and he thought he was going to get run over. And he said, and then a voice spoke, told him, get up, go home. He believed it was God himself. So it's finding their spirit and that connection. That is what will help you heal. Because if we leave it to the other systems, this opioid crisis has been nurtured for 5 decades by the physicians. We've been monitoring the prescribing of opioids for a long time. And there's no surprise it's by the reserve. And data is key. Non-insured health benefits data from federal government, from Health Canada, was sold to a pharmaceutical company in the US. So they knew who was the opioid users. That data gets into the wrong hands, and they know who to go to. We got the RCMP data. It costs $12,500 US to get a brick of fentanyl. You make 1 million pills out of that. Downtown East Side, they'll only pay $20 a pill. So the profit is 20 million minus the first investment of 12,500. On reserve, they'll pay $80 a pill. So the investment for the drug dealer is $80 million. And, or the profit. So they're not going to stop. It's us that have to stop them. But also it's good to look at the data because we pulled the data. Chief Weaselhead wanted to know how many of my people are dying from the street drug fentanyl. The way the data is coded by the coroner's office, they only wrote opioid related. Because Chief Weaselhead asked the question, we had to go and clean up the data. No one else in the world has done this, but we did it and it came from us as BlackFoot people. So we know how many of our people died from street drugs and how many of them were on a prescribed hydromorphone, which is an opioid, strong opioid. Almost all of them were. It was 588% when we released the report in 2017. The report, follow-up report, the ministers got it held for until they decide to release it, but we have the data. I gave the data to Blood Tribe, Department of Health, and 6 and I snuck it out of my old job, my coup, I guess. Almost nobody is on a prescribed hydromorphone, and this is a concern because what was the replacement therapy? Are they all on Suboxone now, or have you pushed them out to the street drug now? What have you done? Because there are some people that need it. And this is what I told Dr. Hodes when he was monitoring it 30 years ago. I said, it's one thing to look and see who's on narcotics, but what are they on it for? Are they on it for car accidents? You know, they just had back surgery, you know, are they really, they're in severe pain, so they need something. So we do need to monitor the data, but I agree with you, Roger, we need to do it ourselves. It has to be done by us. And we have to have those partnerships. So when those that control the data, like the coroner's office and the minister, we have to have those strong relationships that they know that we own the data. And they have to report to us on a timely manner. So one of the biggest hopes that I saw is I was with the Blood Tribe when they declared their second crisis. I'm sitting beside Esther and Inima. And Esther is my sister, basically. Our moms are sisters. And I told her, what data do you need right now to help? And she said, let me know how many of our people showed up with overdoses in the ED department and the surrounding communities. So I did my call, I got the data immediately. 78 people showed up that weekend with overdoses, 2 confirmed deaths. So that told me that the Bloods were doing something right. Because if that was data 4 years ago, all of those 78 would have been gone. So something is happening and something good is happening. We just need to keep fighting that those dollars keep flowing back into the nation so they can keep doing what they're doing. One thing government does not fund, and I have addressed this nationally with the minister, they don't fund evaluation. So when the Bloods wanted to evaluate what they were doing and to see how they were doing it and to do their own winter count, there was no dollars. So I told the federal government, I told Minister O'Regan, I said, it's unfair of you to ask communities, what did you do with that, 66 million that I gave you last year? I said, you can't even ask the question because you don't give them evaluation money. So it's unfair for you to ask the question. So you need to start funding evaluation. I helped the Bloods find their evaluation money. It was not big, about 100,000 from a Canadian Institute of Health Research. But they got it. But the problem is that institution wasn't allowing the dollars to go right to the nation. It had to go to the university. So I fought that last week to say, that can't happen anymore. These research dollars have to go right to the nation. If we're going to truly lead research and do it our way, we have to own the money. We should not be working through an academic institution or a third party.
Thank you, Jeff, and all the staff of the BlackFoot Confederacy for those updates and information. And I'm sure there's going to be more questions there here for the next couple of days. Speaking of the next couple of days, tomorrow is going to be an exciting day, and we begin at 9 o'clock. If you want to come for breakfast, 8 o'clock. Get up that early. Anyways, we will have a recap with some of our elders in attendance, and the language is going to be one of the focal matters tomorrow. Not just in BlackFoot, but I've seen where you have antibeats, old time storytelling that was I guess a favorite pastime of being in schools. It doesn't happen much anymore today. It's all on YouTube. So what we want to do is before you leave, I got some prizes to give away. Get your tickets ready. Well, Florida, we need some tickets. Give them a door prize. Oh, Florida, we have a gift. Vamos a boquear esse pouco. You just want to. Though I need enough, boy, 2 tickets to paradise. baby's finals. What's na yung kuwaya agitsi? We have some good elder storytelling. You've heard from Makuya. He's back here again tomorrow. Yung Ray Blackfoot, again, Herman, yellow old woman. Not roots. And Eldon Weasel Child. I go at Ika pizza. Ikani X, Takatsi Awakia. Leonard Weasel Traveler, Alpoma. Yamo Wilfred Yellow Wings. Skapi Pikani, Akamo Molly Bullshit. He story support, Earl old person, then he talk Yaku. I don't talk Yak, he comes to get Alex. I got pets and you got doing. And for your information, that camera has been recording us all day. So tomorrow you're on Netflix. But the good thing about it is some folk we're capturing our sites. As we've got a delay in the tickets, makini mapukas tutaki, oh, while we wait for those tickets to be distributed, we have a quick presentation by Makinima. You'd like to honor somebody.
Thank you, Megstruina. On behalf of Canada, on behalf of Siksika, Skapi Pikanya, we wanted to just give our appreciation, our gratitude for the work that Jack and the staff have done over the past year. We are trying to deal with those important matters that some of you have brought up already. And I just want to thank one of my original mentors, the first hockey coach that I've ever had, for the comments that he made. Wilfred, thank you for reminding us. Thank you for reminding us that we have a long history. Och jag uppskattar mother was started to the people that have been involved in ensuring that the Confederacy never dies out, ensuring that we are always trying to work together with those important principles, the precepts that our ancestors had. And I've tried to use them, tried to use some of the methods that have been shared with us as younger people, as new leaders, some of the important precepts such as akstuas, accepting challenges. Iskuktakan nakakya, umakitapyo, miksya kaukakotsi, saksik tumundo at me. Itay kahkiminniya, miksya sak suik, stek miksya kaukakotsi. Oh, stamakistoi, stamakistoi. So that is one of the important precepts. I guess the closest English words that come close to defining what agstuaps means is you could use the word accept the coming battle, accept the challenge. For if you do so, you will be victorious and you will be glorified. Again, we just used the one word. It means many words. It takes many words, English words, just to explain our one word. So that's one of the important precepts that our elders, our spiritual people tell us. Okay, there's many others. So I just wanted to thank all of you who asked questions, who made comments. The Confederacy staff are trying to deal with important matters that affect all of us. And we hope to do more over the next year. And of course, you know, we always look to your help, your direction. So with that, I just wanted to, on behalf of the group, on behalf of all of us here, I want to give this small token of appreciation to to accept it on behalf of your staff and the technical people that you work with at times, Jim. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Makini, on behalf of the staff. Gibisada be Amukuk, Sigasis, Dutsi, Nas, Ansta, Sakuma, Dutsi, Potinkas, in Stockitstima, Amitsima. Na, Ama, it's the big Tapate Boy, Na based on Simostoa, Neo, Kinokatutsi or Tostam, Tuscanotness, Midaktu, Tikasi, the Gibisada, and Dutsis. Everything happens. It's funny how everything happens. The headdress that I wore today in honor was from my grandfather, Boy Chief, and I didn't know I was going to get a blanket on behalf of our staff from representing him. So I wear, and I was gifted the rights and the honor to wear his headdress and everything that comes with it. And I also was given his name, so very honored, and it's very inappropriate. It's very appropriate. It's very appropriate that I did this. So it's been a long day. So I want to thank also the Makinima and the Blood Tribe for hosting this. A lot of work. And on behalf of our staff, we thank all of your comments. Good comments, and I'm glad you appreciate some of the work that we're doing. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again. I got goals. Okay, our first door prize for this right now is 568 3230. 3230. CB about this. Give CBB's Lloyd, come on, Cat Boy. 3230. It is. Yeah. We got a blanket for you. 3230. Oh, at the overflow room could be coming from over there. Look, you should have stayed there. You could have won. 568 3190. 3190. Oh, nice. We have an announcement about our door prizes. On Thursday, there's going to be 3 door prizes, right? 3 door prizes. Huh? 2 door prizes for 3 nights stay here at the hotel. That's donated by the hotel, right? Oh, 568. How many that goes? 3232. 3232. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna raffle off your mountains in Brown. Jim, we're gonna raffle off your mountains in Brown. Dug to the bottom of the barrel. Oh, 568-3292. 3292. Okay, let's come on. 3292. Yeah, okay. One more. Oh, something. Okay, 568-3234. They're all in a bunch, hey, so real close numbers together. Somebody has to box. Here you go, you got it. Just on Sunday. 3234, Masina Papi. Rosette Kiki. 568-3221. Oh man. 3221. It's a big old dollar. Tomorrow evening, if you look at your agenda, you're reminded of the banquet. And the doors open at 5 p.m. and the banquet meal is served at 6 p.m. sharp. Hindi next year, no, for Pinacos. Give me the big spendings. Oh, 562-3205. I'm Faye Pano. Oh, Panora. Okay. All right. Now that this door prize is coming up, we want to encourage our artisans and craftspeople. Dani na Jim, mix kaya the teams can He wants all those dolls to himself. You know, the ones with the brain. why he wants this one here. 568-3177. 3177. Nice start, huh? Okay. 568-3194. 3194. Oh. You go. 3 seconds. 3194. What's in the box there? Okay. It's not a teddy bear, it's a Jimmy bear. On 568-3195. 3195. Oh, kill me, up, guy. 3195. All right, 568-3105. 3105. Oh, I missed the box. If you have a chance, only just follow this hallway all the way to the other section. You will see the overflow room, and don't feed the animals, but you'll see all the other people. So there's still more craftspeople there, and some of the departments from the Blood Tribe. They're sharing some of their gifts, like this load. Okay, I'm judge of aspects. I'm saying here's some good hearings. All right, 568-3187. 3187. Oh, okay, on behalf of the chiefs, the leadership of the BlackFoot Confederacy, staff and management of the BlackFoot Confederacy, we'd like to thank everyone for their participation for day 1. We invite you back for day 2 and 3.
Saan tayo? Well, I'm gonna go to my I'm here with my sister.
No, Huey. Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. She's feeling water. Oh, happy meeting you. My grandson is sick.
Well, are we set for tomorrow?
I'll do some testing.
Do you think it'll work? Let's see.
Right, I'll ask that guy if who owns them. Maybe I can use one of those. See those input.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Maybe
okay. Yeah.
Not. This has got a long cord. What to do with it?
Put it.
Interference from.
How much is a long cord? Yeah, so we can kind of like. Because it's.
Well,
something might trip on it.
Look at this.
So just using that all the way? Or?
We're trying to get the audio to work better. Because it gets really, I guess it just cuts in and out, and then it gets muffled. And just, yeah,
it wasn't
not there, but out there. Yeah, live streaming out on the res. Yeah. So
you got the crew here just to duct tape it all.
Well, they can do it.
Yeah.
They can do it. Yeah. But it's just a matter of making sure that it doesn't muffle up and it just is consistent.
Yeah.
So he's pretty good, this guy.
He's one of our chief mountain.
Yeah, he goes there. Goes up there.
Until somebody was telling me that he does it. I thought I'd run into his mom at some desk to see how to get a hold of him.
Yeah.
The first guy I saw was him.
Nice.
Like,
that means it was meant to be.
Yeah, because remember he gave us an option up there for Steve because he passed away here. Just close to quitting halfway. I was a mile and a half. I almost died.
Good job. Good. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, it was something.
Ruth.
I'll bring it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I was there on Sunday.
Yeah, I can't forget it. Jordy, let me grab my mom's phone. All this time I was waiting for her.
I'm the youngest in the whole family. Face to the maid.
Face to the maid.
Oh, yeah.
My sister was 70.
Getting there.
Yeah, I'll bring them over to see them tomorrow. Yeah.
We always see it.
Yeah, I was telling her I was just there on Sunday. I drove down there.
I know. Yeah, I think for my great grand.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was saying
Yeah.
transition.
Yeah.
So people who are like, let's say, or whatever, and moving to the area. This foundation, even though,